Good afternoon, honorable guests, members, students, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in Hong Kong Student Day 2024, cum award presentation ceremony of the 22nd CILTHK essay competition. I'm Peter.
And I'm Tiffany. Good afternoon. We feel very excited to be the MCs for this great event and meet all of you today. Before starting today's event, we would like to thank Hong Kong Metropolitan University for providing a very decent value, food and beverage for today's event. Also, we would like to express our gratitude to Maritime and Aviation Training Funding Scheme of Transport and Logistics Bureau for sponsoring and supporting us this year.
Today's event will be divided into two parts. Part 1 is Student Day 2024 competition, and the second part is the award presentation for both Student Day and also the Student Essay competition.
Who will be the champion for this year's Student Day competition will be known later this afternoon.
Everyone can download our app using the QR code behind the chair in front of you. And also you can join the guess who is the champion after the competition has been completed. Please ask us if you want to join the CILTHK student membership, and we are welcome to you guys to join us.
For a courtesy reminder, if any emergency occurs, everyone can use the emergency exit on my left-hand side of the stage. If anyone needs first aid assistance, please contact our staff inside the theater immediately. Everyone can share our YouTube link with your friends or family to watch this event online. You can find the link in CILTHK Facebook page. Before the competition begins, may I request your coordination in switching off or turn on the silent mode of your mobile phones and any sound device.
Now we would like to first introduce Mr. Kenneth Zhang, Vice President of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in Hong Kong, to deliver an opening address. Mr. Zhang, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, honorable judges, fellow members, friendly students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure as the Vice President of CILTHK Hong Kong to welcome you all here today. The Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transportation, or in its short form is CILT, is an international organization with over 30,000 members in over 100 countries around the world. CILT sets professional standards, upholds professional standing, delivers quality education and training, and facilitates networking in the industry. Cultivating our youth for career development in the industry is always our critical mission. As one of our initiatives, CILT Hong Kong organizes this Student Day for college students and the essay competition for secondary students every year. In fact, it is the 26th year we have been doing this. Today, we are pleased to have 9 teams of local universities and college students to participate in our Student Day 2024. The case studies are set for the competition today are aviation-related issues, which is quite important and a hot topic for Hong Kong recently. All such case studies are to facilitate the students to apply their learnings to practical applications for paving their ways to join the industry. Recently, we have held the essay competition for the secondary school students when aviation-related topics in Chinese and English respectively. I was told that the students was putting a lot of efforts and conducting a lot of research, quoting examples, and also suggesting some interesting and innovative ideas in their submissions, which is very good to see, to promote, encourage, and coordinate the study and advancement of the science and arts of transport logistics. This is the CILT's mission. CILT Hong Kong also organizes other education-related events each year. So not only the Student Day, but other events, such as the Final Year Project Award and granting scholarships to outstanding students and as our commitment to the society. Taking this opportunity, as the MC said, I would like to thank the Maritime and Aviation Training Fund of the Aviation Promotion Project funding to sponsoring this event to CILTHK Hong Kong and for us to conduct this meaningful event. So my heartfelt thanks going to the contributions from all the judges and for the student day and the essay competition and the members of ENT, which is Education and Training Committee, to make these two events a success. So let us enjoy the presentations conducted by the students today. To show our firm support, please join me to give all the students a big hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Please stay on stage.
May I now invite Dr. Irene Xu, Associate Professor, Liu CILTHK School of Business and Administration, Hong Kong Metropolitan University, to come to the stage, and invite Mr. Zheng to exchange a thread to MUHK on behalf of CILTHK Hong Kong. Mr. Zheng, please. Thank you, Mr. Zheng and Dr. Xu. Please be seated.
Tiffany, do you know that we have 9 competing teams this year? Each team will have time to prepare their own presentation, and they have done it in the last 2 days.
Yeah, each team drew an aviation-related topic on first day, and after 1 day of preparation, they submitted their presentation materials by 6 p.m. yesterday. Today, they come here to present their research results in front of our judges.
Very soon, they present their analysis, insights on their topic given. Now, let me introduce the rules of the competition. Each team will be given 15 minutes of presentation time. When there is only 1 minute left, you will hear one ding sound. When the 15 minutes is up, you will hear 3 ding sound. Any presentation afterwards will not be considered.
Immediately after the presentation, there will be a questions and answer session. In this session, the members of the judging panel will ask the presenting team questions. When the first question is asked, time will be counted immediately, and the team will have 5 minutes to answer it, and any subsequent question raised by any team members should be given within the 5-minute time.
Same as before, where there is only 1 minute left in the Q&A section, you will hear one ding sound. When all the 5 minutes has been used up, you will hear 3 ding sound. Any answers afterwards will not be considered.
After all, the results are announced in our awards ceremony. Our judging panel will give a brief comment on the performance of each competing team in today's competition.
Now, let us introduce the 9 competing teams in this student day today. They are Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education, Tsingyi,
Hong Kong Metropolitan University,
the Chinese University of Hong Kong,
the Henshan University of Hong Kong,
the Hong Kong Polytechnic University,
the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology,
the University of Hong Kong,
UOW College, Hong Kong,
Macau University of Science and Technology.
In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, each team is randomly assigned a team name, Team A to Team J, in a drawing lot to enforce showing the identity of the institutions.
Yes, the order of the teams in doing the presentation is also decided by a drawing lot. After finishing the presentation, the teams will need to send their team members to draw the next team.
But the first team of presentation will be drawn by our chief judge, Mr. Keno Zheng. Please come on the stage. Thank you. The first team will be Team D. Before we start the presentation, let's introduce our judging panels. Thank you.
Our professional judges panels are currently the senior and reputable delegates in the aviation and logistics industry. our Chief Judge, Mr. Kenneth Zhang, Vice President of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in Hong Kong,
Ms. Cici Chan, Executive Director, Commercial, Airport Authority Hong Kong,
and Mr. Tim Wong, General Manager, Cargo Service Delivery, Cathay Pacific.
Mr. Mark Slade, Managing Director, Hong Kong and Macau DHL Global Forwarding Hong Kong Limited,
Ms. Teresa Lee, General Manager, Bluebird Air Cargo Limited.
Now, let's start today's competition. May I now invite Team D to come on the stage to deliver their presentation. Team D, please.
Good afternoon, judges, ladies and gentlemen. So we are from Team D. We're gonna present the case one. So our presentation includes 4 parts, and I'm gonna cover the background part. Have you ever realized that people nowadays is getting taller? Okay, maybe not myself, but you can see my teammate here. So the height population nowadays is become a trend nowadays. From the graph, we can see that Asian countries like China have rapid increase in their height, while South Korea and Singapore have a slight increment. However, Japan's height has displayed some fluctuation with occasional decrease. Next. Of course, this variation is factored by something. Genetics play a crucial role in effective human height. It's complicated the height of children to be predicted accurately. Besides that, there is health and nutrition. Nutrition has profound to be one of the impact of human height. Adequate nutrition like balanced diet and also consuming minerals and vitamins can give like optimal growth in the children height. Not only that, environmental factors like pollution that contain like methyl mercury that we can find in the seafood, it can like increase the growth of, it can decrease the growth of the children and adolescents. Next. So being a tall people is of course everyone desires, but it has its own advantages and disadvantages. First, although it have a long straight because of the long leg, but the frequency of the straight is lower. That's why it increases the risk of getting injury. And social challenges like getting too much attention or maybe like getting bullied because of like hate stereotype, it can like give self-consciousness and anxiety to the people itself, and it also affects the mental problem. Lastly, is the physical discomfort. Of course, for all tall people, it's really hard to find a suitable clothing and footwear, and also in the like cramped space, it's really discomfort for them, like in the flight or cars.
So I'm going to talk about the background. From the data we collected from the internet from different airlines, we may found that first, Asian airlines, their pitch is normally bigger than the Western airlines. So what is a pitch? A pitch is used to describe the distance from any point of a seat to the seat in front or behind you. So this is the pitch distance, the definition. And we may find that from the data, there is a hierarchy of the pitch distance. So South Korea leads the first, and followed by China, Japan, and Singapore. And we also calculate the R square, which is used to describe the correlation between pitch versus height of people in these areas. So we calculate that the value is 0.37, which is quite low. So we may conclude that there is no big correlation between the economy CPH with the height of the people in this area. But interestingly, we may find that when we comes to the premium economy CPH, we may find that they're quite similar. So this means that different airlines, even though they have a big difference between economy CPH, but there is no big difference in premium economy. This indicates that they really concentrate on the service level of premium economy, even though there is regional difference or airline affiliation. So let's talk about the correlation between comfort and page. From one research and paper online, we may find that they conduct an experiment, and when the page size increases, people's comfort during the journey will increase significantly, and their discomfort will drop significantly. And from this graph, we may find that when the boot to the distance increases and the CPH increases, people's comfort during the journey will increase significantly. And so we may conclude that when the wider CPH and higher bulk to knee distance is provided, people might feel more comfort, relaxed, and content during their journey.
So this is Roger. Today I'm going to talk about the opportunities for increasing the CPH. First of all, is enhancing the passenger comfort. Greater CPH allows passengers to stretch out without difficulty and change posture during the flight. What's more, greater CPH makes it easier for passenger to get in and out of the seat just in case they want to go to the bathroom and reach out for the personal belongings in the compartment. There's a study titled "The Effect of a CPH on Comfort," published in Science Direct. 294 participants were invited to be tested, and CPH varies from 28 to 34 inches. So during the experiment, the participants are free to select where to sit, and after the experiment, a questionnaire will be provided. The questionnaire consists of 3 parts: the comfort scale, discomfort scale, and space experience. The result shows a positive relationship between the CPH and comfort level. Therefore, I conclude that there's a significant impact on the CPH and comfort. In addition, the greater CPH have an essential impact on the evacuation time. The Federal Aviation Administration and any other aviation institution like Civil Aviation Administration of China, CAAC, they all have a common point of view, which is in the emergency situation and half of the door being locked, all the passengers and the cabin crews are required to be evacuated from the aircraft within 90 seconds. An increase in the CPH increases the passenger mobility, so the passenger can move faster and easier to get to the access to the exit. If the average height of Asian people are getting higher and higher, so there is a potential challenge to the 90-second requirement. Therefore, therefore, it would be a great consideration for airlines to adjust its CPH to meet the FAA and CAAC requirement. Last but not least, the greater CPH brings competitive advantage for airways. A larger CPH provides passengers with more leg rooms and personal space, allowing them to stretch their legs and sit more comfortably. By offering increased CPH, airlines can cater to taller people or those who prioritize comfort or personal space when choosing the airline. By using this targeted approach, airlines can capture a niche market and build a loyal customer base market. And there is a study by International Air Transport Aviation, titled 2018, a Global Passenger Survey. This survey highlights that the passenger prefers for more leg rooms and personal space. Therefore, it is a great chance for the airlines to adjust their seat pitch to stand out in this competitive market.
Moving on to the challenges, while increasing seat pitch may enhance the comfort and safety of passengers, there are several limitations that airlines must consider. First is the costly and time-consuming aspect of transitioning planes. Obtaining aircrafts with new layouts may take several years, and the useful life of current aircrafts must also be considered to ensure proper transition without the premature retirement of current assets. Not only does this take a lot of time, but transitioning will also require large capital and funding. For aircrafts, at least for obtaining aircrafts, it can take at least $80 million for the standard airplanes such as the Boeing 737. And there are also other operational costs such as safety training costs and also the disposal and retirement costs for planes that do not meet the standard for seating, the seating pitch. Furthermore, increasing the seating pitch may also limit the ability to optimize the space for aircraft. While a difference of a few inches can enhance the comfort of the passengers, this will also mean the reduction on the number of rows. For instance, economy seats have a seat pitch of 30 to 31 inches. Increasing this by just 1 inch would mean that 1 row would have to be removed for every 30 rows. This results in an estimated of 3% decrease in flight capacity. This implication is significant for airlines that heavily rely on improving passenger capacity for revenue generation. With this decrease in flight capacity, along with the increase in the cost from obtaining airplanes, this can heavily affect the prices of tickets. Therefore, airlines must consider the potential effects of changing the seat pitch, as prices are significant for customers' decision, and it can influence their decision to consider other airlines. While seasoned travelers may notice the difference between different seat pitches, it is rather easier for customers to compare the flight availability and affordability. Lastly, airlines must also note the current trend on increasing passenger numbers. According to the IATA, it is forecasted that the passenger number would double to 8.2 billion people globally from 2019 to 2037. With this projected growth, it means that this raises the concern on whether increasing the seat pitch would be in conflict with meeting the demand for future flights.
Okay, as mentioned by my teammates in previous sessions, the challenges or drawbacks created by constructing a wider seat pitch will considerably outweigh the opportunities it creates. Therefore, we would like to suggest other cost-effective strategies to the airlines. Currently, there are inconsistent service across different airlines to accommodate the tall passengers. Premium carriers, for example, they will consist of well-trained cabin crew, and they can allow reasonable seat requests because they will reserve some exit row seats in advance. But on the other hand, due to the limitations of the budget, other airlines might not provide as satisfactory service. So what can we do to improve the average standard is coming up with a set of guidelines to address the diverse heights. So what we can include in the guidelines is, as the pre-flight preparations can allow the cabin crew to accommodate dietary preference, we can use the same approach for the heights. We can prepare the exit row seats in advance, and we can check their height visually at the airport at the check-in counter. And another effective measure is providing training programs to the cabin crew so that they will avoid any insensitive behavior. And then last but not least, even if there is no seats available to upgrade, we can offer these temporary solutions like cushions and foot hammock. So we suggest that instead of the structural modifications, we would like to recommend these guidelines with low-cost temporary solutions to balance the needs of the airlines and the comfort of the passengers. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Team D. Now is the Q&A session.
Hello, Team D. Have you considered to differentiate the seat pitch for the long haul and short haul routes, or you have just considered the average, just any difference for the long haul flight or short haul flights for your recommendations? Thank you.
So according to the data we collect from the internet, we may also find that the newest airplane from different airlines like Cathay or kind of airlines, they have improved their economy pitch a little bit, but that's enough for the height right now. They have very comfortable like zone, but for the like kind of cheaper airlines, their intention is to make more profit, so we don't suggest to increase the seat pitch. Just like my roommate, my teammate said, it's like to keep it like to 30 inches is okay. That's already safe, and that can make more profit. And for the premium economy or first class, we may intend to provide more comfortable and to make this very high service level, and we suggest to remain the seat pitch right now, which is quite enough, like to 38 inch, and that's our suggestion.
Yes, we have considered the long haul and short haul flights. For example, the longest haul in Asia might be from Singapore to New York directly, which would take approximately 18 hours. So what we can recommend to the airlines is, as we have mentioned in the presentations, the airline can collect the height of the passengers when they book. So if they have indicated that, for example, are you taller than 6 feet and 3 inches, yes or no? And if they indicate yes, maybe the airline can offer some discounts, for example, 30 or 40% to the passengers with above average height to when they select the extra legroom seats. And I think that can be an optimal solution for either short haul or long haul flights.
So I would like to add to what our teammates just said. The reason why we didn't really recommend it is because from the data we researched, it's already a practice that airlines would differentiate long haul flights and short haul flights. Like for example, budget airlines in Asia would use the A320, I believe, which has a lower seating pitch for flights that are within Asia, which typically does not take that much hours. That's all.
Thank you. The answer from Team D. Any question from judging panel?
Hi. I would like to have one practical question. From your recommendation, you are suggesting to differentiate the price by the height, or the passenger has to declare their height in advance of booking. So if you were the airline, because as a frequent flyer, we are a very loyal, we have a loyalty program of each airline. So we have the priority to get the extra legroom seat without any means, right? So when I book, I always get the extra legroom. So if in that case I'm shorter than the tour guide, how do you do it? How do you balance? You gave it to the loyal member, or you gave it to the taller guy?
Okay, I think for a short haul, we can prioritize the membership passengers. So because the discomfort those passengers might feel might not be that significant, but for long haul, we can first approach the membership passengers who have like average height, whether they can consider giving up the exit row seats, but instead maybe we might provide like free in-flight meals or something in exchange for like giving up the exit row seats. Because in long-haul flights, the tall passengers may feel significantly higher discomfort during the flight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we now invite the team leader of Team D to draw lots for the next team presentation. Team A, please come to the stage to present.
Good afternoon, I'm Kenny Wong.
I'm Jason So.
I'm Iris Wu.
I'm Asa Chan.
I'm KB Kang. We are Team A, and we are discussing about how does the rising inflation affect aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul operations. Let's have briefly take a look of our agenda. First, we will talk about definition of inflation and MRO. Secondly, we will summarize some negative and positive effects of inflation on MRO. Next up, we will generate some strategies or solutions for MRO, and at the end, we'll have our conclusion sessions. So let's talk about the background of inflation and MRO. So what is inflation? So inflation means that the rate of increase in prices over a given period of time. And I can provide some numerical evidence to you that our current global inflation rate is about 5.8% in year 2024. So which indicates that globally we are suffering in rising inflation now. For the inflation percentage and the inflation time involved, it will directly influence on the aviation's MRO service. So what's MRO? MRO is stand for maintenance, repair, and overhaul. So the aviation MRO refers to specific repair, service, and inspection of an aircraft. MRO is also defined by any taken actions that keeps or restore an item to its working condition. So for our topic aviation, the aviation MRO is to ensure the aircraft, right? Yeah, to ensure the safety and airworthiness of an air transport vehicle. For instance, so it's used for safety assurance, operational excellence, fault detection, and recertification. So let me discuss about my thoughts of some negative effects of inflation on MRO. As we are suffering from rising inflation nowadays, the operation cost on MRO will also be influenced. It will directly increase the operation cost on MRO service. And there are two types of costs. The first one is about the aviation MRO company labor expenses. The second one is about raw materials for doing MRO. So the MRO industry actually relies on a highly skilled workforce. The rising of inflation will definitely make the aviation environment become more competitive. And finally, it will lead to the increase of demand of labor. Actually, different MRO provider companies will suffer to be competitive in the rising inflation environments. So different companies might have to be unique or giving somehow some creative or innovative ideas than others to save their original labor in order to provide their MRO service normally. We can see that the expected labor expense increase is about 5% or above. So this number is significantly high. So next, I will pass the stage to Kibi, and he will share his thoughts about the second negative aspect, which is about the increased cost of raw material purchased by the MRO provider companies. Kibi, thanks.
Testing. Thank you, Jason. The second negative impact will be the cost increase of raw material due to inflation. Raw materials such as metal, lubricant, electronic components, they are essential for repairment. In addition to the cost increase of energy price and fuel, the snowball effect on the overall expense of MRO operation is expected to increase 5% or above, causing higher repair costs. Since the repair cost is higher, especially compared to the last 3 years, aircraft repair cost has increased at around 30% due to the impact of inflation. MRO companies are rather defer the MRO operation and delay the long critical maintenance. In other words, they would just place and store their airplane in the warehouse. Moreover, each airline company has a standard. Let's say if the predicted repair cost exceeds 75% of the aircraft value, it will be abandoned or destroyed, even though it can be repaired. So more aircraft are written off because costs have increased due to inflation. By this move, further negative impacts such as lower demand for MRO companies and environmental problem is rise. Next, I will pass to Iris to talk about the positive effects.
Thank you, Kibi. In the shadow of escalating operating costs and the pressure of a highly skilled labor market, inflation presents a rare opportunity to transform challenges into strategic advantages. As my teammates Jason and Kibi has outlined the rising expenses in labor and raw materials, let's pivot our perspective to view these hurdles as catalysts for progress. Inflation, while a force of contention, can also be a powerful motivation for innovation and efficiency. It pushes the MRO industry to evolve beyond traditional constraints, fostering an environment where technological advancements are not just beneficial, but necessary for survival. By embracing this adversity, the MRO sector can emerge stronger, more agile, and ready to set new benchmarks for service delivery in the aviation industry. Following the narrative of increased labor material cost, let's talk about how MRO providers are harnessing the power of technology to offset these headwinds. Advancements such as predictive maintenance, AI, and automation are not just buzzwords. They are revolutionizing our industry. Predictive maintenance algorithms analyze vast data sets to preemptively identify potential issues, saving on costs and reducing downtime. AI and automation streamlines processes, reducing the reliance on an ever-competitive labor market and mitigating the impact of rising wages. This strategic adaptation doesn't just counteract the inflationary spike in operating costs. It elevates the entire MRO practice to new industry standards. Where there's inflation, there's hesitation in capital investment. With the cost of new aircraft, say, soaring alongside inflation, we observe a growing trend. Airlines are increasingly seeking to extend the life and performance of their current fleets. This shift turns the tide from purchasing to maintaining, creating a surge in demand for comprehensive overhauls, an opportunity for MRO providers to shine. By offering extensive refurbishment and performance upgrades, we not only respond to a market need, but also foster a climate of growth within the MRO sectors, proving that the decision to delay the purchase of new aircraft can be an astute move in financially turbulent times. Now, let's delve deeper into the economical rationale within a tangible example. the mighty Airbus A380. The initial purchase price of this aircraft ranges from 300 million to 400 million, a formidable investment that becomes even more daunting with inflation. Compare this to the annual maintenance cost of 1 million to 3 million, or even the significant expense of replacing jet engines at 25 million to 45 million. The math is clear. Overhaul and maintenance presents a remarkably cost-effective alternative to acquiring a new fleet, especially under the magnifying glass of inflation. This financial insight reinforces the strategy of investing in MRO services, turning what could be seen as an inflated expense into a savvy business decision. Next, I'll pass to Kenny to talk about the strategies for MRO to counteract the impact of inflation.
Thank you, Iris. Now I will share the strategy for MRO counteracting the impact of inflation. So I want to talk about is the benefit of signing a contract with a few companies when aviation fuel prices are lower during inflation. So you can see a picture here. So this is aviation fuel reports data from Taiwan during the period from 2022 to 2024. The maximum and the minimum difference is $0.5 US per liter. So by signing a contract when fuel prices are relatively lower, you can purchase fuel at lower price in the future, even the prices are due to inflation. Lower fuel price during inflation allow airlines to allocate more money to MROs. This allows them to balance and optimize MRO costs, leading to improved operational efficiency and safety of aircraft. So next, I will pass to Isaac.
Thank you, Kenny. Apart from signing long-term contract, as he just mentioned, setting up or joining the alliance will also be another counteracting strategy for MROs with respect to the rising of inflation. With increase in inflation, there will be continuous rise in the general price level, that is the operating cost. To cope with this, we can take the existing airline alliance as an example. Worth to mention that Cathay Pacific is a member of One World. In light of this, by setting up or joining alliance for sharing their resources to offset the negative impacts brought from the rising in the inflation due to the operating costs would be good. And also, for the cost-sharing part, Alliance Corporation allows the cost distribution amongst the Alliance members, which it can reduce the burden on the individual organization. This lowers the operating costs and enhances the competitiveness for them. For example, jointly operating ground handling and catering facilities will enable them to share their maintenance and operation costs and lightening the load for them. And while the resources optimization, alliance collaboration enables efficient resources allocation and minimizing the duplication and waste. And so sharing the operational equipment and staff will lead to their cost saving. And so it will lead them to have optimal resources optimization. Therefore, in ground handling and catering facilities, sharing their staff and employees will lead them to have the reducing in the labor cost, and so capital investment can be saved while meeting also their service quality and requirements. And now I will pass the time to Kenny again to share with you about the optimization process introduction.
Thank you, Isaac. Now I will talk about using automation to reduce operation costs in MRO and the role of the original equipment manufacturers in this process. As my good mate Iris mentioned innovation before, aircraft adapt through technology such as automation is very important. Automation technology such as robotics and AI can replace the manpower detection step in MRO operations. This means the automation system can identify errors and maintain needs more efficiently. For example, on the right-hand side, you can see that this company is called ESSYN, which focus on software robot solutions. So automation can reduce the need for constant variety of employee position. By using sensor and tracking system, the data and location of the tools and equipment can be monitored. Therefore, it can cut down the labor costs during inflation. Finally, OEM implementing automation reduce the cost of MRO. So then I will pass it to Isaac to sum up.
So thank you, Kenny, once again. And let's move to the conclusion part. All in all, with rising in the inflation, this brings negative impacts and positive impacts is like a double-edged sword, undoubtedly. But increase in the cost and deferred maintenance, and yet there is still innovation efficiency and demand overhaul increase as a result from these negative impacts. So our team do believe that with the strategy like joining alliance and introducing the OEM and also sign long-term contract, will turn our adversity into opportunity. So thank you for all once again, and this is the end of our sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for Q&A.
So thank you for the presentation. Now, with inflation, have you considered whether the airlines would also take the opportunity to raise the airfare, thereby allowing them to earn more revenue and to pay for more courses? So is that factor being taken into consideration or analyzed? Thank you.
Yes, we have taken this also into our analysis that there is an indirect factor for them to increase the airfares to the customers, but we still think of, is there any other practical measures, such as like introducing the OEM and this automation in the long term? I think rising the airfares is just a short-term measure due to the inflation, but is this practical in the future is also worth to consider. So we would like to consider the themes of our strategy for MRO in a long-term way. Thank you.
So my question is, under this inflationary environment then, what is your recommendation for the carriers? Should they invest more in new aircraft with lower maintenance costs, or should they keep their older aircraft and spend more on maintenance? And which of those two do you recommend and why?
Our recommendation depends on the rate of the inflation. Since within a small rate of inflation, our recommendation is to keep the existing fleet. Since from the A380 example, we can see that the initial to purchase price, if we purchase a entirely new aircraft, the price is really high. But comparing to just maintaining the existing flight, we can lower down the cost. And however, if the inflation rate is really high, that the material cost and the labor cost for maintenance is comparing to the purchase price is not worth to keep maintaining our existing fleet. Our recommendation is to purchase a new one. Thank you for the question.
Thanks for your sharing. I mean, one thing I'd like to help me understand a bit more your thinking. Apart from the regulatory, you mentioned about the regulatory safety required. What do you think in the airline perspective when they think about maintenance, buying aircraft, what would be the consideration apart from inflation? Can you share a bit more what you're thinking about this part? Any other factor airline may consider?
So first, thank you for your question first. And I think overall of our three recommendations just suggest we consider the innovative way, right? But after defaults just you asked, and I think for the airline companies, they will consider under inflation, they will, since there is increase in the price level, right? So the raw materials, the cost will also increase alongside with this. So I think the cost balance will be their priority first. And so if we guess correctly and by accessible deduction, so the cost control will also be their consideration. And just as we researched yesterday, there is also a way that Cathay will also usually do is the is focused on the oil, right? In Chinese term, we call it 引油对冲, and it is also a way to have a control for their costs under inflation, to consider to stop and to find a risk that to avoid a risk that there is a sudden increase in the oil price. Yes. Thank you for your question once again.
Thank you, Team A. That's the end of the Q&A session. Now, may we invite the team leader of Team A to draw lots. Team E, please come to the stage to present.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today our topic is about should the government set up the license system for drone pilot regardless of its weight. So before answering these questions, I would like to introduce the background. So first is the current policies. We can find in these pictures, the requirement is divided into three parts. And this is mainly divided by two dimensions. The first one is the drone's weight, and the second one is the difficulties of the operations. So we can see from the left to the right, there is an increasing level of the drone's weight and the difficulties of the operations. So according to the different categories, there are different rules corresponding with it. So just like the left side about the category A1, we can see there is the less strict rules corresponding with it. And however, when it comes to the category A2, we can find it is necessary for us to have the registrations for the drones and the drones pilot, and of course, it is necessary for them to upload the flight record and the airspace recognitions. And the last one, which is also the most strict ones, that is the advanced operations. It have two more requirements when you use these kind of drones. Then next part is about the market demand. We can see with the development of the drones, the function of it is become diverse nowadays. And it can be used in several fields, like the photography, the science research, and so on. We can see on this diagram, there is clearly rapidly increased trend in the global scale about the use of the drones. And at the same time, the Hong Kong trend is just to have the similarity with it. Then the other challenge that the current policy have faced is the risk issues. We can find it can be divided into two parts: the accidental problem and the private problems. We can see in the 2022, a drone just crashed and drop on the floor, which just results in the woman's head and hands being injured seriously. And second, in the other event, we can see in the 2022, a man just illegally used the drones to shoot the hotel guests, which just seriously touched the bottom line of the laws. Then, in conclusion, we can find with the increase of the risk issues and the market demand, it is necessary to set the weight as one element. However, we think there is much more element we should consider about. Then my partner will introduce about the license system.
Okay, now we will introduce about the problems of the current license system and also give a suggestion about the new license system. Here are the reasons that why current license system is not suitable for the for nowadays environment. First, it lacks of the flexibility to effectively prevent potential risks. With the advance in drone technology, companies such as DJI have created many drones that can that are weight less than the 250 grams and also can are capable to capture many high quality images. And so relying on this, relying on weight to manage the drones use is no longer practical. And what's more, with the rapid development of drone capabilities and the emergence of different types of drones, a single homogenized training session can no longer achieve the effect of regulating drones. Second, confusion between the identity of owners and users, leading to the difficulties at the law level. In the safety requirement document, it is not explicitly stipulated whether the owners and users should be held accountable in case of problems. And now we will provide a new license system to change the existing systems. In addition to the original weight-based license system, we also considered about the use of the drones. So we provide a mode called weight plus the usage. You can see we have divided the pilot into 3 levels, which is amateur, commercial, and also professional. For the amateur levels, A1 is no need for license and reporting. And A2 is no need for license, but also have to report it in advance. And for the B level, we will prohibit the amateur levels pilot from purchasing and driving the drones. And for the commercial levels, A1 is no need for the license, but they have to report in advance for each use. And also A2, they need a A2 pilot license and also report in advance. And for the B level, they required a B pilot license and the reporting in advance before each use. And for the professional levels, all types of drones pilot have to take a professional drone driving license exam. And also all of these levels have to make a safety Q&A before they drive the drones. And here is our specific content of the exam. During the safety Q&A, we are mainly focused on these 4 things, which is small drones and related laws, airspace, general knowledge of aircraft, and also operation manual, flight plan, and process. For A1 license, we have the theoretical exam and also practical exam. And for the B license, we add more that's, for example, the face-to-face interview and also simulate emergency situation based on the A2 level. And on the basis of B level, C level has made more professional skills test. For example, if the serving drone pilot serving capabilities will be assessed. And now let's welcome to my partner.
And the second stage of our new license system is about the supervision. And we plan to reduce the human supervision efforts to reduce labor cost and to promote industry development. Specifically, we want to focus more on the unmanned supervision, and the user need to consciously and promptly report to the CAD after drone modification. And after the modification, the rating will re-evaluate it, and the requirement of the pilot will change accordingly. And they also need to upload flight records on the drone management website after piloting the drone. And for government, we think they need to set up a signal shielding devices in residential area to prevent the filming behaviors. That's which we have mentioned above. It is a very severe problem in nowadays. And the last one is the punishment. Actually, the CAD already have a very perfect regulation for the users, like fly below the CAD's altitude limit, always fly within line of sight, don't fly in limit area, and don't fly at night, and so on. But for our system, we just use more of unmanned supervision. So we want to have a more stringent punishment, whether in time and money. And we think it's not just a punishment, but also to remind the users to focus more on their behaviors and think more about the consequence. So this is model of our new license system. We tighten the license classification and the punishment to standardize the industry. Then we have the opportunity to give more space for the supervision to make it prosperous. Thank you, and welcome my partner.
Well, now it is my turn to talk about the innovation and the conclusion. We have divided our innovation into 3 aspects. The first one is the amateur level, the second one is the commercial level, and the third one is the professional level. So when we talk about the amateur level, visitors and citizens would take beautiful pictures for the Hong Kong's beautiful scenery. So government can utilize this wonderful guidance chance to guide individual drone users to actively shoot and promote the positive image of Hong Kong. And what's more, government can establish signal relay stations to enhance the stability and safety of drones. Of course, the location is up to the government's choice. So the guidance would improve the users' experiments of operating drones and promote a positive image of Hong Kong and drive the development of Hong Kong's tourism industry. Okay, the next one is about the commercial level. There's one thing I have to mention and explain, that is low altitude economy. So what is it? Low altitude economy was just a few days ago. The Chinese government work report for the first time include the aspect of low altitude economy. Low altitude economy is a comprehensive economic form driven by various low altitude flight activities of manned and unmanned aerial vehicles, radiating and driving the integrated development of related fields. And it would be a good news for the commercial drone pilots to do the business. And here are some potential application of the commercial level, such as delivery of takeaway, the crop growth monitoring, and exhibition security. Okay, the next one is the professional level. Based on the different work needs of each department, the Civil Aviation Department may issue customized drone usage license at its discretion, which can relax flight conditions to promote the development of drone service in various industries. And what needs to be innovated is that the government should help or coordinate multiple departments to set new professional standards. And here are some practical application about the professional drones, such as the emergency rescue, terrain detection, and patrol. Okay, here comes to our conclusion. So we go back to our original questions. Should the government set up a license system for drone pilots regardless of the drone's weight? Well, we we consider that not the weight is not only standard to set a license, and we have shown improved solution to which is weight plus usage solution to help improve the current structure. And we truly hope that Hong Kong to be a more drones-friendly city in the near future. And that is all for our presentation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Team E. Now is the Q&A sessions. Judging panels are welcome to ask questions.
Okay, I have a question. So, we have 3 categories, and I understand there's an amateur, commercial, and professional. I didn't quite get the real difference between commercial and professional. What is the difference there? And based on that answer, do you really think we need 3 categories, or could there just be maybe 2? That's my question.
Can we have a short discussion? For the 3 categories, for commercial is for some commercial activities. For example, if we have a competition or some performance shows, they have to report to the government and also the CAD before they have the shows. And also, I think they are going to make money. So it's very different from the professional. And professional is something that maybe for the government department and also some special companies such as the technology companies and also something else. For example, if we have to search and rescue during some big event, this is not for the making profit, and I think it's actually different, this too. Thank you.
Okay, hello, Team Yi. From your presentation, I think that you have some suggestions on the licensing system for the drone, but have you considered any disadvantages after setting this license system, like discourage the use of the drones and then lead to some bad effects of the macro economy in Hong Kong? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. And I think we should go through the policies based on the drones industry in Hong Kong. The estimate value of the Hong Kong, of the whole drones industry is not quite big like mainland China or other areas. And I think the government can just go through the policies depending on the estimated value of the whole industry. Thank you.
So, would the drones affect aviation safety, meaning the commercial flights safety? Would that, has that been taken into consideration, and would that affect your proposal on the classification system?
May I have your pardon, please?
Okay, so my question is like this. Have you considered whether drones would affect the aviation safety? In other words, the safety of the commercial flights operation. And then if that is being considered, how does it affect your proposal for the classification system? Thank you.
Okay, we would set the drone area just for the drone's flight and not to influence the commercial flights. Like the Hong Kong government has been set a forbidden area that the drones cannot fly in that area. So I think the current laws is enough for your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Team E. That's the end of the Q&A session. May I now invite Team E leader to draw lots. Team H, please come to the stage to present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our topic is, can embracing AI technology in the aviation industry enhance operational efficiency and safety levels in future airports? Our presentation includes a challenge faced by airport at present, AI application in airport operation, safety enhancement by embracing AI in the future, and in conclusion. The airports are facing three problems at present. Accident in runways, unpredictable weather disruptions, and unsatisfying operational efficiency. Firstly, I will talk about accident on runway at different airports. For example, a tow truck operator was runway over by a plane in HKIA, and Japan Airlines A350 collided with a plane operated by Japan Coast Guard. This is the picture about the Japan Airlines A350 collided with the plane and on fire. Secondly, second problem is unpredictable weather disruptions. Chaos at airports as Typhoon Solar grants hundreds of flights at HKIA, and air transport in Kowloon was affected by extreme weather, causing hundreds of flights granted. Final problem is unsatisfying operational efficiencies. In US, there are lack of manpower, so that air traffic controller cannot handle the massive air traffic flow in US, causing about 300 near collisions were reported in a year. In the end of introduction, the solution will embracing AI technology into airports. AI application in airport operation, it can enhance airport air traffic and management, and it can monitor and predict the weather.
Thank you. Next, I will talk about how to enhance the air traffic management by AI. The traditional way of controlling the air traffic management will be separated into three parts, which is air traffic control, ATCs, which controller issue clearance, instructions, and advisors. Next will be the communication system and flows, which is normally a airport corporation decision makings, ACDM, and also there are some navigation aids like puppy lights in the runways to guide the aircraft to land. By embracing the AI to ATC, we can assist in detections potential hazards to prevent accidents in an operating route, such as enhancing the FOD systems. And also, it can comply with the procedures that work by AI. And reducing the workflow of human controller, we can accelerate the working flow of ATC controllers, and also we can improve the airport of efficiency. But how to reduce the workflow of human controllers? We will mention the ISO bar, which is sponsored by European is an AI integrated system which supported by UPACE program. It is a system that can convincing prediction into structured airspace map, which can help to predict the rerouting and demand administrations. Like do you know the FRCS systems is used for the pre-typhoon and post-typhoon scenarios. Also, by applying the AI into the workflow, we can reduce the data analysis step for ATC controllers, which can help to boost up their working speed. Also, embracing the AI to communication system and flows, the following steps are applying the AI and ML algorithm to the traditional ACDM. The AI can assist in improving the accuracy of taxi time prediction of aircraft, which can improve the airport efficiency. Next will be weather monitoring and forecasting. In the scenarios, airports are using the standard weather files like testing reference year to predict the airfield weathers. Then the predicted weather will have a deviation from the true weather data as they are using a standard files of predicted weather. And it causes the uncertainty of the weather prediction as a result. Finally, the airport may lose their plans after the bad weather conditions. By embracing the AI into weather monitoring and forecasting, we can use ML to train the adaptive weather models, which can help to predict the weather with less deviations from the true weather data and causing more certainty of the weather prediction result. As you can see in the graph in right-hand side, the GRU prediction is way farther than airport true, but after applying the AI, which is the purple bottom of HRD true, the prediction model is similar to the airport true data. After applying these adaptive weather models, the airports can execute the pre-plan before the weather conditions like typhoon number 8. And it can increase the airport's crisis response capabilities and help to maintain the airport speed. Next, I'll pass to my teammates.
So, hello everyone. And most likely I'm going to talk about the safety parts of this project, of this presentation. And this part is about the safety enhancement by embracing AI in the future. So safety enhancement by embracing AI in the future, in traditional way to ensuring safety, there are three main aspects, which are, first we're going to talk about the air traffic control, as we know ATC. The main use of it is to report the status of the surrounding aircraft. And the second is the technology is advised it's about the foreign object debris detect system. That's what we call FOD. And also the traffic collision avoidance system, the TCOS. Also the automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, or we can call it ADSB. And lastly, it's about the security patrol. So now I'm going to talk about some disadvantages of the traditional way. First, air traffic control, as we know in the ATC. Sorry about the PowerPoint, some problem with it. And the security patrol. And first, we're going to talk about this because it is always some something caused by man, some human processing having careless mistake, or some communication mistake, like the staff from air traffic control center, like each country, they may have different pronunciation, and some pilots just couldn't understand what they're talking about. Maybe some poor pronunciation, unfortunately. And the second part I'm going to talk about is the technologies. Some military aircraft that they are not installing or close to the TCAS or the ADS-B, and because of the operational requirements or the security concern. And also the FOD system in present may defect the wrong item, like identifying truck thick time marks as FOD. We can see from this like everywhere, because you know the views of the plane of the aircraft is such a big one, and everywhere the time marks are everywhere in the airport. So it's easy to see, but it's hard to avoid. So there's 7 steps embracing AI to ATC. First is about AI assist in data analytics, and the second is about complicated procedures can work by AI. Then the third is going to talk about to reduce the workload of human controllers. Oh, sorry again. And the fourth part is about the ATC, the air traffic control, can be free from extreme workload, which is very important because AI, we can see it coming very soon. And the fifth part is about decreasing careless mistakes. It's about the safety part. It's always important. And the sixth part is about more accurate commands can be made by the ATC, which is also very important about safety. And last is what all the way I'm talking about, improving airport safety. So safety enhancement by embracing AI. First is about applying the ML-trained AI to traditional FOD system. ML means machine learning. And the second part is about increasing the accuracy of FOD system. Further decrease the number of FOD in runways. And last is to improving the airport's safety. So here we come with the conclusion part. It's about first, by embracing AI in the airport, we can reduce workload of ATC. Then second is, increasing accuracy of the system, improving airport operations efficiency and safety. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Team H. Please stay for Q&A session.
Thanks for sharing. I can see that you're actually embracing AI that can help and improve safety. Can you share with me, if, in your opinion, is there any item that you can think of that may probably inhibit or delay the adoption by the industry? What will the airport or industry thinking? Why we're not using it now, or may probably delay that adoption?
The delays is done by the some of the
not the delay, or the delay of whether people may be using it. Entering that view, oh, I'm not going to use it now, or maybe I don't even want to use it.
I think most likely people are not choosing to use it is most likely it's about the cost, because AI now everyone is trying to use AI and trying to select AI as one of the way to develop. But AI, about the technology, everyone, when they're trying to do it and they found the cost of it are kind of expensive. And of course, the aviation industry can earn actually much, a bit, but it's not really, it's not everyone using it. And when everyone is using it, I think more and more people and more company in this industry may trying to use it. But anything must got the first one to start it first. Thank you.
So do you think that there are any domains that you covered within your presentation where you could possibly completely rely on AI? Or do you always need, at the very end, a human touch? And if there are some areas that you can, what could go wrong? Yeah.
As mentioned, AI will need to have a human supervisor as the finals. Through the aviation industry and the history of the aviations, there are significant examples of using radars. The first adaptive radar is using the pen to drop down the nose, which is a very waste of time. The second module is electricity using the adoption of the systems. And the third, adding the adjectives. And after, automation. I think our step is to automate the radar systems or something like air traffic control that can, the procedures of air traffic control can be reduced by fully automations, but there will be need humans to supervise the whole step to prevent the AI getting wrong from this. Like the safety issues, the FOD system will need to failures. We have the failures of problems. Like today's FOD systems, there are 80% of the accuracy, but 20% will need to human recheck. But by using AI, we can increase the accuracies, but still using the human to recheck the failures detections will be necessary. Thank you.
Hello, just a quick one. As far as I know, many of the airports, for example, Hong Kong, the weather forecast is rely on the Hong Kong Observatory, which is already calculated by the supercomputer. So how do you think the AI can further improve the accuracy as you listed in the PowerPoint?
AI, like the airports, like Hong Kong International Airports, is fully developed by the supercomputers. But some of the airports, like the countryside of the airport in USA, may don't have so much cost to build up a supercomputers to calculate the weather's forecasting. So they are similar to using the standard weather reports to calculate and predict the weathers. As AI are population, we can use it to centralize the calculation methods and let the calculation become more accuracy to spread to the countryside of like USA or southern China. It is not the a policy that's for the international airports that well developed, but I think it is for the small airports that lack of human resources or something like lack of courses. Thank you.
Time's up. Thank you, Team H. Please help to draw the next team. Next team is Team C. Please come to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are Team C. So my name is Singh. This is my team. This is Leo. This is Alex. This is Carmen. And this is Jen. So today we are going to talk about a very interesting topic. So as many of you may be aware that Olympics Games are around in the corner. And it is expected to take place in Paris this time in around July. So, but I'm sure that everyone will love to watch their favorite games. But today we are going to talk about from an aviation aspect. So manpower shortage is not only a serious problem in Hong Kong, but also globally. So let's understand how this will affect the success of Olympics. So in terms of manpower shortage, there are actually many sources. So the number one could be the layoffs, especially during the COVID-19. We have seen that aviation was one of the worst hit industry among others. So there was no demand and there was not enough passengers. So many airlines actually lay off their employees. However, as the demand is now going to pick up and it's about to reach the pre-pandemic pandemic levels. So there is a shortage in the supply of manpower. So apart from that, we have identified another factor, which is the shortage of pilots and cabin crew. Indeed, this is also not a new, it's also not a new topic, but it has also been a quite long-standing issue for aviation industries in the past years. So we can see that even sometimes there are flight delays or cancellation mainly due to the pilots or cabin crews. And even in the future, it is expected that the demand from Airbus and Boeing, they forecast that they will need more and more people. Indeed, they will need more than 500,000 pilots in the coming next 20 years. So with COVID-19 effect, it actually magnifies the fact of shortages in manpower. So apart from that, we can also see a shortage because of strikes. And this is actually very serious in European countries, as we cannot see this kind of phenomena in Asia. So what if there is a strikes? And imagine you are going to the airports and there's not enough people for you to check in for security. And I'm sure that you will all feel very unhappy about that. So in terms of ATC service, it will affect if there are less people accommodating the aircrafts. So the fewer demand we can serve. And it will also affect the aircraft overflying the France airspace, for example. And this is just an example of France just happening a few months ago. Because of the strikes, there lead to many cancellations and delays. Yes. So we have now identified, some of the reason for the manpower shortage. So now let's understand what does a good success of Olympics means. We have divided into few categories, which include high service quality, good traffic conditions so that people can move around, as well as their service and their quality and their safety as well. Moreover, safety, positive impact on environment and economic is also very important, because that's the main reason we are having the Olympics, so that it will boost economic and environmental, and as well as environmental impacts. So let's now understand, we have now understand the success, what it means, but how this will affect our manpower shortage on the Olympic Games. So we can see that in the coming few months, the demand is going to be quite high, especially because Paris is not only Olympics is holding, but is also a quite hot destination for tourists and visitors, especially for Europe people. They usually love to travel around the summer if they believe in a work-life balance. So basically, when we have more demand, but we have now limited supply. So this will lead to a lower frequency flights, and we can expect some serious delays and cancellations. So this is overall will affect our service quality. So this will actually impact many different stakeholders. So now let's understand from the different stakeholders.
Yeah, for potential impact of the manpower shortage on the 5 main stakeholder. The first main stakeholder is the airport authority. The airport authority is security. The security of success is their concern. If the manpower shortage, the passenger cannot quickly pass the security checkpoint. They will stay here, and this is very crowded for them. And also for the operation, it will deduct the operation effective. And also the infrastructure is under the pressure. It's very hard to handle. So the airport authority is the main stakeholder in it. And the second stakeholder is the airline. When the manpower shortage, the staff need to work overtime, and they may be burned out during their working hour and feel sick, and maybe awful turnover because the airline is to lose their loyalty from their employee, and also And also, it will hurt about to build up a good image for the brand reputation. And also, it will hurt about their safety and maintenance. When their staff work overtime, the airline need to pay some allowance for their high cost, in high cost for pay allowance for the overtime salary. And also, it will reduce the benefit, and it will lower their revenue for to operate the company. And also, the airline is the main part to success the Olympics games. If the airline lose the money, cannot earn money or not, the Olympics game will not be successful, I think. And the next part is the actors. And we can see the actors they need to medical care and coach and judge, and also they need equipment to handle their operation. And the competition, when the manpower shortage, it will delay to transport the competition personnel, and also it will deduct the quality of the competition, and they don't have enough time for adults to a new environment, and overall it will delay their equipment delivery, and also it will hurt their health and safety.
Yeah, and then for the visitor. Visitor is actually one of the core stakeholders in this Olympic game, right? So we can imagine that there are visitors from every angle of the world. They expect to come there with excitement, with very high expectation for Olympic game. But when encountering this kind of situation, where shortage of manpower, first it's about the flight availability. And it will be in fact the first very obvious on the price of a ticket. The visitor will find using their iPhone, using the app, say, wow, the price is really high. And so if I still want to go there, so after they make their mind, yeah, I have to buy a ticket, relatively expensive, but I can still accept it. And I went to the Paris. What I see is a long line. Where these four people everywhere, and all the customers, all the procedures is so busy. I can't get a relative good service, and it makes a bad starting for my journey, right? And it's kind of like break my expectation for the Olympics game. And of course, I always encounter delays and disruption. All those things will eventually break my emotions. And finally, the reduced service quality. In summary, the most important part of visitors, in one sentence, is they will enjoy very low service quality. As for the government, actually, I think it's kind of related to the visitors, right? Now it's media. Everyone has the phone. We have the social media. We can post our thoughts. We can post our experience on the internet. And after visitors, they got bad service. What they will do? Put it on the internet, right? Put it on the social media. So inadequate in managing the logistics and ensuring smooth travel experience without negative media coverage. And actually, it's directly linked with the reputation of the government. What will people say when they encounter this kind of situation? Well, when I landed in Paris, I wait maybe 2 or 3 hours to my hotel, and the hotel is also crowded, and there's no regulation or some staff help me to figure out those kind of questions, and eventually it's undoubtedly will negatively impact the government reputation and potential loss of future opportunities. Here's an example of the Brazil Olympics. Actually, in these Olympics, the world's spotlights centered on this country, right? Centered in the Paris. Everybody is look about think about what will happen, and most of them is from the social media. So if we just put this on social media, it undoubtedly will cause the bad reputation for the government. So it is why also governments should put attention on this.
We also briefly propose some suggestions to address the impacts of aviation manpower shortages on Paris Olympic stakeholders, as mentioned before. First, in the long term, we suggest that the global aviation industry should improve the working conditions of aviation personnel to reduce the turnover, and government could optimize the talent list to include more aviation positions to attract employment. And in the short term, governments could expand the number of foreign laborers to introduce it to airports, especially for the governments of France. Another suggestion that can be immediately implemented is to follow the practice of HKIA and Changi airports in inducing in automation equipment to reduce the burden on airport staff and increase efficiency. For example, the self-driving trailer for luggage transport as HKIA can not only alleviate the manpower shortage, but also provide a safer solution for luggage transport. Also, the iterative robots. The iterative robots in Changi airports can not only help cleaning staff, but also provide guidance to passengers. Well, HKIA also utilize AI technology to answer questions from visitors. In addition to the autonomous passenger and luggage check-in machines, Changi Airport has also introduced the advanced security system equipped with a safety technology that can provide a three-dimensional image for safer and more accurate results, which can significantly reduce the number of full-body searches and increase the efficiency of security process.
Yeah, that's the real practice. So for Qatar World Cup, it's similar. And actually, let's see what Qatar do before the preparing. The first thing is he launched youth aviation internship programming, and Qatar Airline boosts its workforce by 10,000 people. So those kind of things is also about supply, right? We increase supply, we increase capacity, but actually this question in the end is the mismatch between the demand and the supply. The high demands increase that limited supplies. So for airline company, what they should do? Actually, in the normal, the airline ticket is kind of not that elastic, or say the customer is very sensitive about the price. If the price go down, then they will not go. But during the Olympics, this ticket for customer, they become less sensitive about the price, because they can accept kind of the increase of price to replace for the Olympics games. So at that time, the airlines companies what they could do is increase the price, and they can also to generate more income, but provide a certain level of service.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Time is up. Thank you, Team C. Now is the Q&A question.
Thank you for your presentation. I've seen a lot of analysis and rhetoric about what France can do, what Paris can do to make this a great success, UN. As we looked at that, aviation, we bring people into that. When we talk about global aviation manpower, have you anything that you believe that we should actually do it in other part of the world can actually make it an even better success, rather than simply France can do something on that part? Thank you.
So thank you very much for your question. We will get back to you soon. So yes, thank you very much for your question. So yes, actually, other countries can also help the Paris Olympics to be more successful. For instance, we can actually ask for more laborers to come from other countries nearby, and also especially we have some idea on youth. So youth could be, when we have a shortage, we can invite some youth to go to the Paris airport for internships. So this will be a great chance for them to learn and explore and how it's look like to work in such a pressured environment. And apart from that, we would suggest that we should continuously, all the other countries should continue to work hard on the manpower shortage. For example, in Hong Kong, because we have Cathay Pacific have shortage in pilots, so they are hiring more from China. So basically, what we want to say that we could come in long term. We should all be working on the manpower. In short term, we could be just helping, collaborating with the governments around France and which will provide employment and make the Paris Olympic even more smoother experience for their researchers.
Okay, so other than the post-COVID-19 hangover, right, which I think is one of the big challenges, do you have any other? Can you share some more reasons why you're very concerned that Paris is not going to make it? In terms of, or what are the what are the other obstacles other than the COVID hangover that is really concerning you about 2024 summer?
Okay, so thank you very much. We will get back to you as soon as. So thank you very much, judges, again. So as we mentioned, you said apart from COVID-19, so another possible reason is actually the strikes, which is very common in European areas, especially the working environment. The employees feel that they may not get as much paid, the working environment is not good. So this kind of factors is also very common in European areas, so which will affect the overall success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team C. Please be seated. It's the end of the Q&A session. Please be seated. Now we will have 30-minute break, and we will draw the 6th team after the break.
We have also prepared some refreshment outside at the reception area, but please remind that no food is allowed in this hall, and please don't bring it inside this hall.
Please come back sharp at 2:30. Thank you, and see you all 30 minutes later.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Before we start the second session, I would like to use a few minutes to say a few things. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Frankie Fong. I'm currently the chairman of the Next Generation Committee of CILTHK. So what is Next Generation Committee? First of all, let's see, what is the next generation? You are the next generation. So in the Next Generation Committee, we aim to organize activities and also events for next generation like you. That is actually the students, the graduates, and also those who just enter into who just started the job, maybe for a few years. Our aim is to let the next generations understand more about our industry, so that they can also consider entering and joining the transportation and logistics industry. So what the events and activities that we organize are a little bit different from the other committees we target, because you are our target. So usually we will organize the events in a more relaxing way, more casual way. For instance, our next upcoming event, please mark this on your calendar. It will be on the 16th of April. We're going to have a mixer gathering. what we'll do is that at Tai Hang, we are going to have, in one of the bar is called Tomo. We are going to have a mixer gathering there, and there will be a lot of council members and also industry veterans and managements joining the events. So it will be a golden opportunity for you guys to do the mixer, to extend your network, to understand how the transportation and logistics industry works. So please mark the event, scan the QR code, and apply now. But apart from that, it's not only, well, I have to emphasize, one more thing is that it's not only for members, it's also open for non-members. So you can also ask your friends or your cousins, your classmates, roommates to join with you. So everyone is welcome. And also one more thing is that, very important, is that since you are students, you are mostly welcome to join to be the CILTHK student members. You can simply scan the QR code at the front of your chair that you can find a QR code called the CILTHK membership. The student member fee is totally free right now. So please grab the chance and be one of the CILTHK members, okay? So I'm not going to consume you too much time. If you have any problems, either to join the members or you want to know more about this mixer gathering, please feel free to contact me. I'm Frankie or Harry. We are mostly welcome. We are very happy to help you on this, okay? So now I'll pass the time back to our two MCs, Tiffany and Peter. They are actually also our next generation committee members. And okay, Peter and Tiffany, please.
Thank you, Frankie. So before everything happens, apply now. So, and also join the NGC. Okay, so everyone is here. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the break, we are going to see the next 4 teams' presentation in just a moment. May we now invite Team C leader to come back on stage so to pick the next lottery to the next team. Thank you. Team B, please come to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are Team B. Thank you for having us today. So sustainability is an overarching concept in the world. And to achieve sustainability, it requires coordination among all walks of life. And of course, it includes the aviation industry. In this graph, next slide, which is obtained from our world in data, implies the carbon emission from the aviation sector generally had an increasing trend, and it almost accounted for 3% of the global carbon emission. So therefore, there is a social responsibility and necessity to decarbonate airline operations. Fly net zero refers to maximum reduction of emissions possible, and with the ultimate goal of achieving net zero at 2050. More than 10 years ago or even earlier, the idea of using SAF to dwindle carbon footprint already existed. And in 2020s, more and more airline companies, especially from the West, have made a commitment to achieve net zero. And some of the examples are listed in the PowerPoint. And in particular, Cathay Pacific actually has embarked on Asia's first corporate SAF program in 2022. Except American Airlines, all 5 of the airlines there actually have set a target of using SAF. Like SAF should account for 10% of the total fuel by 2030. And SAF is the key to achieve net zero. And let's take a look at the life cycle of it. So it begins with collecting renewable feedstocks, which includes food waste or municipal waste. And subsequently, it is converted into SAF and blended with traditional jet fuel. Eventually, they are delivered to the airport. So, yet, simply relying on SAF to achieve net zero is not ideal, although it can reduce carbon dioxide emissions up to 80%. This is because it is very expensive, which explains why it needs to blend with the traditional jet fuel. Hence, we need to seek other methods that could reduce costs so that companies that are all profit maximizing will be willing to implement. Through improvements in operational management level and technological perspectives, we believe achieving net zero is viable. Let me pass the time to Abby to introduce our first strategy, fuel optimization.
Thank you, Isaac. According to our research, fuel consumption accounts for a significantly large proportion of airline CO2 emissions.
So fuel optimization will be a direct solution for the reduction of carbon emissions, because less input means less output, and using less fuel can improve operational efficiency and cut operating costs. Then we can further lessen the challenges of SAF to match current fuel volumes and density requirements. At the same time, more funding can be invested in SAF development and implementation. And here are some examples of fuel optimization. The first one is about fuel load, where we aim to minimize the use of contingency fuel while maintaining a balance between fuel efficiency and contingency risk. Over an airline's annual operations, even seemingly small per-flight improvements make notable changes in yearly fuel use and cost reductions. For example, a 1 to 2% reduction in Cathay Pacific's 1.7 million tons of annual fuel is 17,000 to 34,000 fewer tons emitted, and operating costs can also be reduced by 0.2 to 0.6%. Another example is engine utilization. We suggest aircraft use 1 instead of 2 engines to taxi, saving up to 25% taxi fuel burn. Using a more gradual climb and the continuous descent approach by planning path angles can also reduce fuel use by 5 to 10%. Adjusting flying altitude to maintain optimal speed based on day's condition can further cut 1 to 2% cruise fuel use. But then the airspeed may be lower, so how can we ensure on-time performance? That's why we need flight planning. Because planning leads to action, and action will lead to savings. With the right weather information, pilots can take advantage of shortcuts and plot the most efficient and lowest carbon trajectories between any two airports. Being familiar with the practices and regulations of each airport allow airlines to request the best flying holding patterns and taxiing between the runway and the terminal. With access to the most current data, pilots can request course and altitude changes to minimize the impact of natural conditions that require additional fuel use. With diligent planning, the potential fuel savings are substantial and the benefits are long-lasting. I'll now pass the time on to Tiffany for more strategies.
Thank you, Abby. Now let's move on to cargo management. Air cargo accounts for about 20% of all air traffic, and this highlights the significant role it plays in the aviation industry. We'll first introduce space optimization, including load planning algorithm and real-time analysis. Then we'll focus on collaboration with logistic companies. Firstly, let's talk about space optimization. Our objective is to minimize the number of flights needed for cargo transportation. The first method we suggest is load planning algorithm, which is used to determine the most efficient allocation of cargo within the aircraft by considering factors such as weight, size, and balance. One essential tool in cargo transportation is the unit load device known as ULDs, which are standardized containers used for cargo transportations. Airlines can take full advantage of ULDs by employing the algorithm to determine the most efficient configuration and arrangement of cargoes. This method reduces wasted space in ULDs, ensure optimal utilization of space, and ultimately minimize the need of additional flights. Another way is real-time analysis. Real-time analysis is a powerful tool that allows airlines to make adjustments in cargo allocation based on the newest information. One of our focus is real-time demand forecasting. By analyzing passenger bookings, airlines can stay updated with the latest demand forecast. AI algorithm can continuously monitor the available space and allocate it to cargoes based on priority, urgency, and profitability. This empowers airlines to allocate cargo space dynamically, which can further minimize the need of extra flights. This doesn't only lower carbon emission, but also reduce the cost associated with the additional flights. However, it's important to address a limitation. While space optimization can reduce the number of flights, it doesn't tackle the problem of weight. You may ask, why is weight important? This is significant because smaller weights indicate the aircraft require less thrust and therefore less fuel consumption, and ultimately we can have less carbon emission. So our group proposed collaboration with logistic companies, and the objective is to minimize both space and weight used for cargo packaging. To achieve efficient packaging, airlines can encourage the use of lightweight, space-efficient, and sustainable packaging materials. Actually, several firms has implemented such efficient packaging. For example, CG Logistics implemented an eco-friendly smart packaging solution, which unfloat the box that is most suitable for the product size automatically, preventing excessive packaging. So airlines can cooperate with these logistics firms to minimize the weight of cargo packaging. However, this is very limited in reducing the weight. Rina, is there any other methods?
Hi, thanks, Tiffany. So let me introduce some strategies in weight management in the following areas, including catering, onboard equipment, and passengers. So for the first one, we're going to consider an agile approach, which is in catering, planning, and optimization. So first of all, let's take a look at the just-in-time delivery. It is an agile method that where airlines can coordinate with suppliers to get their deliveries when needed precisely, and this could reduce the excessive stockpiling and also reduce leftovers. And another way is through leveraging demand forecasting techniques, that is by aligning the catering preferences with the demand based on flight schedules and passenger preferences. And moreover, we could also try a continuous improvement to enhance the responsiveness to passengers, and it is a continuous and iterative process. So some examples could be maybe having a lighter and sustainable meal options in airlines, and these are all aligning with customer expectations with our ultimate net zero objective. And now I'm going to talk about some common onboard modifications. Some of the ideas might be currently using in airlines, such as making thinner screens and also making lighter ovens and also meal carts. So furthermore, some airlines even propose to have passenger seats without the in-flight entertainment system for a cheaper price. And also industrial engineers also try to maximize space utility by redesigning the layout of pantries so as to minimize the excess weight. And next, how do we take it beyond and above from the measures that we just mentioned? So actually, did you know that the weight of paint and dust may seem to be negligible, but accumulating over time, it actually contributes to excess weight. So for an average aircraft the size of a Boeing 747, it roughly accounts to 544 kilograms on paint alone, and over time 113 kilograms on dust, which is why airlines could further their weight management by reducing the weight of their paint in a less design layers. So if the layers are less, then it will be lighter, and also keeping a dust-free interior inside of the aircraft. And lastly, I'm going to share our views on passenger behavior. So did you know that if you pee before boarding your flight, it actually contributes to the ultimate goal of net zero? And a Japanese airline, ANA, once encouraged that passengers should relieve themselves before boarding because roughly 50% of passengers, if they do so, it could ultimately reduce 4.2 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. And however, this is not a mandatory guideline, so not everyone feel the need to comply to following it. That's why we believe that having a 100% passenger rate is infeasible, and it could lead to some people not feeling happy about it. Alternatively, a cheap flight, Ryanair, actually proposed that we should pay to pee in the toilet of the aircraft. So I'm pretty sure that this was not implemented because before they even tried to propose it, there's a lot of commotion, even in this room right now. So this is totally infeasible and not very attractive. That is why our team has come up with an innovative solution, which is to provide a complimentary toilet pass with the hours proportionate to the flight hours, and they should only be charged if they go extra. So that's something to consider. And finally, what makes weight management an attractive strategy is that with the lighter aircraft, it leads to a larger payload capacity, which contributes to less fuel usage and hence a lowered carbon footprint. So it also cuts down on substantial cost for fuel, which is a large operating cost for airlines. Now I'll pass the time to Isaac for our last strategy.
So apart from operational management perspective, leveraging new technologies could also contribute to reaching net zero. Electric aircrafts are well known for their capabilities of achieving zero emissions and reducing maintenance cost and noise pollution. Nevertheless, there are several limitations that hinder its application in the industry, such as limited range and long charging time. Hybrid aircrafts are an alternative to electric aircrafts. Instead of using purely electric motors, using SAF and electric motors together could be more beneficial. For instance, it requires less charging time, it has a higher energy density, which increases the flight range, and actually it would not require a massive amount of SAF to fuel the whole plane, which is a financial burden to companies. The usage of lithium-air batteries should also be considered because although this battery is still in development stage, research has shown that it has a higher energy density, which allows it to power long-haul flights, so that there's a potential it could replace the traditional lithium-ion batteries. To sum up, achieving net zero requires a confluence of method. It is also a gradual process where forward planning and diligence are compulsory. Replacing traditional jet fuel with SAF is a pivotal way to cut emissions, but being more fuel efficient, which means optimizing flight paths, allocation of cargo, and the weight of airplane, as well as incorporating new technologies, can also are some other approaches that could achieve net zero. And together, all these strategies could create a sustainable future in the aviation sector. That's all for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Team B. Now is the time for Q&A.
Thank you for sharing. A lot of ideas you've shared. Thank you so much. Can you pick one or two and share with us about what kind of challenge you can think of that will be, if we actually implement that, what kind of challenges you potentially will face?
I think we'll take turns.
Or perhaps, first of all, thank you for your question. Perhaps I could start with the new technology part. So the lithium-air battery I mentioned is actually not commercially available yet. It requires a lot of development. But the potential our group see in this type of technology is it has a high energy density, which could overcome the problem of short range, limited range of electric aircrafts. So besides achieving net zero emissions, it can also improve this downside. But since it's not fully developed yet, this would probably be one of the obstacles that we'll face from, according to the solutions we proposed.
Okay, so I'll share a challenge regarding the catering planning and optimization. So as I shared earlier about the lean approaches and the agile approach to having delivered right precisely when the ingredients of the meals are needed, but there would be a problem with extreme weather, perhaps maybe a typhoon in the case of Hong Kong, then a lot of changes are prone to happen. Then how do we refine the methodologies of the JIT, just-in-time delivery methods? And also how do we incorporate from years of experience in the industry of airlines in Hong Kong, how they approach the problem of having to deal with uncertainties when doing demand planning. So I think that's one of the challenges that are prone to happen. Yes.
So just now, you mentioned that one of the ways to reduce emission is to optimize the engine utilization during taxiing and also to optimize the cargo load planning, right? Now, these actually help the air carriers to save money, even they do it today, right? So what do you think is holding them back for not optimizing it yet? Or do you think they are already optimizing the engine utilization as well as cargo load planning?
For the engine utilization, they are actually already doing it, but I think the problem is that they need more higher accuracy and more in-flight planning, because for the altitude, for the adjustment in the altitude, actually in-time data of the weather or the air traffic is needed. So actually the air traffic control should be cooperating with the pilots to provide the in-time information for them to do any replanning of the forecast.
For the cargo optimization part, I do think like airlines are doing this now because it's not a very difficult thing to do. But the main point is like for now, like artificial intelligence is very important and very significant. So maybe airlines can use more artificial intelligence algorithms and like machine learning, for example, and maybe they can hire more talents like majoring in artificial intelligence to help them to like further develop. Thank you.
Thank you, Team B. That's the end of the Q&A session. Team leader of Team B, please remain on stage. Please draw the next team for presenting. It's Team G. Please come to the stage.
Good afternoon, judges, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team G. I'm Jade, the team leader. This is Shreya, Byron, Dear, and Nicole. Let's start our presentation.
Panel of judges. Although HKAI, as we know, is #1 for the freight in the world, but are we efficient enough? Is there something we can do to make it more efficient? Due to the global pandemic and political issues, we have seen that the aviation industry is disrupted and it's back to square one. So how can we build back the efficiency? So now let's look at some of the advantages of HKAI and what it already has. So HKAI has excellent cargo handling, which is very agile, can handle any unforeseen circumstances, and it has high network connectivity for long-haul, short-haul, transit, and transshipment. And also, the central government has allocated Hong Kong as the aviation hub. So how can HKAI use its benefits to collaborate with the other Asian countries to improve the air traffic efficiencies?
So that is right, but when we talk about an airport, one thing that we cannot forget are the passengers. When we come to the passengers, there are 3 different kinds. We have arrival, departure, and transit passengers. But when it comes down to the final question, should we be collaborating? There is actually no definite yes or no answer. The answer it always comes down to, it depends, depending on who we work with and what are we working on. So looking at the systems we already have that could help us collaborate, first of all, the in-town check-in. Some people may not even be aware of this, but with this system, we could check in and deposit our bags at the Hong Kong station in Central and just move on to the airport hands-free. And we have a very easy and convenient immigration and visa system. We see immigration officers at the airport and on land-based checkpoints in Shenzhen and Hong Kong. But what we already have with potential is that the city inside our city, Cafe City. Why is Cafe City so special, you may ask? So inside Cafe City, we actually have an immigration checkpoint set up inside. With this, it allows cabin crew to directly go through immigration inside their Cafe City after a briefing, board a crew bus, and after they board their crew bus, this airport security would actually seal the bus door shut, and the crew bus will head directly to the aircraft that they will be using inside the apron. So what this proves is that we have the ability to check in passengers and luggage elsewhere and deliver them directly to the ARA. I'll say that again. We have the ability to check in passengers elsewhere and bring them directly to the ARA. What we could use is that we could bring and attract surrounding passengers from Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and Macau. So currently, Zhuhai does not have an international connection. Passengers in the area, they can only rely on Macau for their international flights. And furthermore, according to the CAAC, China currently only has 4,600 international flights weekly, with expectations to reach 6,000 by the end of the year. But what about us? We were #1 in Asia at some point. Hong Kong is currently recovering from the pandemic, but despite this, we are handling 1,100 international flights daily. What we do in 4 days overpass what they do in a week. And with recent political environment, the US only allows 50 round trips between the US and China. Demand, although it's slow, but it's still steadily rising. And in this case, 50 weekly round trips, this cannot fulfill the high demand they have. And as of 2024, Hong Kong has the most diversified international routes within the Greater Bay Area at 220 international destinations. What this means is that we have the supply already on hand to fulfill their high demand. And with a political blessing from the director of the Hong Kong and Macau Work Office, they emphasize that we will continue to receive their support in maintaining our airport as an international hub. But besides only relying on our two governments, what we could actually do is actively learn from what other governments around the world are doing. Looking at the US as an example, the US currently in Dublin Airport, they have set up a pre-clearance and inspection station, allowing for seamless and easier entry. Now put that in mind, with their own custom and immigration. How Hong Kong can do the same is that we could deploy customs and immigration officers from our government to nearby regional airports, such as Macau International Airport, as a testbed, combine and modify existing concepts, set up a luggage drop-off system, as well as a check-in and Hong Kong CIQ checkpoint within Macau to attract passengers from those regions. And I actually have a progress set up for this. First of all, in Macau, they would board a bus bound for Hong Kong IA. The luggage would be loaded directly on the bus. The customs and immigration will do their inspection, seal off the bus with a similar security seal, and the luggage, now bear in mind, the luggage will be in a separate, dedicated, and independent compartment, and it will be sterilized free from contamination, and the passengers can directly arrive at the ARA inside the apron. And what this will secure is that it will secure Hong Kong International as an aviation hub, increase travel demand inside the Greater Bay Area, enhance Greater Bay Area development plan, and ultimately enhance our air transport efficiency in the region. But besides just in the same country, what about the rest of the region? What about our neighbors? For this, I actually believe that we should pick Vietnam and collaborate with their airport. To be exact, the Long Dang International Airport in Ho Chi Minh City. This airport is actually under construction beginning in early 2021, with the first phase completing in 2025. So Vietnam is actually part of the ASEAN community with member states in the surrounding area. ASEAN member countries, they have open skies policy. They could fly to any ASEAN country with no limited slots. But when we look at the map, we can only see that only Singapore and Malaysia are providing the most international routes. And because of this, they are charging this on a premium. When we look at other countries, they lack international routes. Even if they do, they only use secondary airports such as London Gatwick, which is further away from the city center. And by cooperating with ASEAN and Vietnam, to be exact, we are strengthening HKIA as the biggest transit hub for the entire ASEAN community, increasing flight operations for our airport, and increasing cargo handling volume at the airport, because ASEAN countries are gaining more and more factories from popular brands, which also require air transport. And as we all know, passenger flights, they don't only carry bags in their belly, they also carry cargo. But how can we link the passenger sector to improve the efficiency?
Indeed, there's another airport that are particularly near by us, which is the Shenzhen-Bao'an International Airport. So how can we collaborate? How can Hong Kong International Airport collaborate with them and make it more efficient? So why do we have to collaborate with them? How about we having Shenzhen airports to take control on the short-haul flights, while Hong Kong International Airports take in charge of the long-haul flights. So what are the details of this strategy? Is that after the passengers from the cities all over China, they will take their domestic flight, come to the Shenzhen airports, and they will transfer directly to the Hong Kong International Airport. And by doing this, both airports can connect to mainland passengers with the demand to travel with long-haul flights. So why do we have to use this method? It's because we're looking for synergy effects. Because we need to find some strategy that can make it to 1 + 1 is more than 2. So we can see the Hong Kong International Airport has the capability. We have handled 1,000 flights per day, of course. And also we have a leading amount of international destinations. Of course, we have the capability to handle the international flights. And also, so by collaborating with them, Hong Kong International Airport can look for the complementary connections, which the Shenzhen Airport can focus on the domestic flights and also the short-haul flights, while Hong Kong International Airport can focus on the long-haul flights, since we have the advantages itself. And by doing this, we can differentiate while we are close to each other and we're having the same functions. We're trying to differentiate. So what about the ways to transfer them to the Shenzhen airport? So because we're still at the position of aviation hub in this country, we have the support by the central government, we have the geographic advantages, and we also have the advanced developments on the airport. So we can actually have the things to be persuasive to have the collaboration with the Shenzhen government, Shenzhen airports. And also considering the short distance between the Hong Kong International Airport and also Shenzhen, it is easy for Hong Kong International Airport to transfer those passengers to Hong Kong International Airport. We can use the land transportation. We can also use the sea transportations. It is easy for us to transfer them, put the inflow to the Hong Kong International Airports. So by picking up those passengers around the Pearl River Delta, we can transfer those passengers directly to Shenzhen Airport, and also, furthermore, transfer them to Hong Kong International Airport as a transit passenger. By doing this, we can streamline the whole journey for the transit passenger, and also streamline the whole process for the airport itself. So what are the exact benefits for both airports? So first of all, for Hong Kong International Airports, it streamlined the whole process, which means they kind of eliminate some of the procedures, like immigrations. They don't need to put like that much resources or cost. I mean, they can save costs. In this case, they can have some like efficiency on the airport operations, and also for the Shenzhen airports as the focal points of the short-haul flights in China, and also with the connections with Hong Kong International Airports, it can increase their competitiveness to among the rivals in this industry in China. So what about the cargo-wise? Can it be efficient in cargo-wise as well?
What about cargo? Now we are seeing a trend that manufacturing is moving to ASEAN countries due to the political and social issues like trade war and human rights concerns. EU and the US is trying to delink their supply chain from China and move to the ASEAN countries. And the companies are trying to change their sourcing strategies. But there is some problem. In the ASEAN countries, the most of the countries in ASEAN they are developing countries. So the problem they face is due to lack of logistic infrastructure to support their growing manufacturing demands and cargoes. And also, it leads to increase in logistic cost because of the high transport cost and storage cost. And furthermore, they have longer transshipment time. After we saw the data saying that if they transship from Hong Kong, it is faster and more efficient for them. So what can we do? How can Hong Kong International Airport leverage its expertise and infrastructure to enhance regional air transportation efficient in Asia? So besides the points I mentioned earlier, there are other factors that makes collaborating with HKI more attractive. For example, high capable infrastructure for efficient cargo handling. And not just that, but Hong Kong is the first and only airport with certificate to handle special goods, such as including the dangerous goods. And we can actually take a page out of HKI's own book, which is HKI invest in the upstream logistic part in Dongguan, which is the manufacturing base. So since they are in compliance with the HKIA cargo security, they streamline the cargo handling system, so which is very efficient. So how can we collaborate with the ASEAN countries? We can use the same concept by investing in them to set up some networks which will comply with the HK security, enhance infrastructure, and provide training and capacity building. So one of the example is in Indonesia airport. This airport is the busiest airport in Indonesia, which has high passenger and cargo traffic, but they lack infrastructure, they lack expertise. So Hong Kong HKAI can collaborate with airport like this to improve the efficiency. So the benefit is cost and time will be reduced, enhance competitiveness in the Asian countries, and increase traffic for both economic and improve the economic activities.
Time is up. Thank you, Team G. Now is the time for Q&A.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. And I just have one question. Is about when you mentioned about a collaboration with Vietnam, and especially in Ho Chi Minh City. And why do you think they need us? Because geographically, they are more closer to Singapore. And Singapore is another competitive airport with a lot of international flights. And for Hong Kong residents travel to Vietnam, they still require us to apply a visa in advance. So why do you think they would need us?
Thank you for your questions. Please allow us to have a small discussion and we'll get back to you soon.
Thank you for your question. The reason why we believe that Vietnam would rather choose us than Singapore, besides the geographical locations, as we mentioned, that because more and more countries are choosing to move their manufacturing lines from within China to the ASEAN region, it shows that their demand for air transport will be getting higher and higher. And because our airport is the first and still the current only airport that has all the certifications to handle specialized and dangerous goods, we have the expertise that nobody has in the whole world our cargo handling capacity, we outperform all the countries in the entire world, which gives us a massive advantage and a massive bargaining chip. So that's why we believe that despite the geographical location that they're closer to Singapore than us, they would still choose us because of what we have and what the rest of the world does not have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Could you further clarify your recommendation regarding Hong Kong Airport versus Shenzhen Airport in terms of the passenger collaboration? I seem to hear that your recommendation is for Shenzhen to focus as a domestic airport and Hong Kong as an international airport. Now, right now, Hong Kong International Airport is connected to about 50 destinations in mainland China. So, based on your recommendation, how should we deal with those 50 destinations in China?
Thank you for your questions. We would like to have a small discussion and we'll get back to you soon.
This is actually a challenging topic because we believe that when it comes down to choosing different airports and destinations to collaborate with, it all comes down to the time management. Because let's say an A320 with 120 passengers take the same time as a A380 with 500 passengers. They take the same time to land, offload, and turn around, right? So this is for time management. We could focus on long-haul flights because second of all, we have more destinations. And we have more destinations than Shenzhen Airport compared to the entire nation. And second of all, our airport, like you just said, we have 50 destinations to the mainland of China. But these destinations only focus on those that are populated with tourists and business. What Shenzhen Airport has that we don't have is that they have connections to secondary airports, regions in the country that people from Hong Kong would have less incentive to travel to. We could utilize the connections that Shenzhen Airport has, and we could collaborate with them as well, so they could reach out to secondary airports that we normally won't have connections to, and bring those passengers to Hong Kong for a long-haul international flights, because there are still demands from secondary cities in China that we don't have connections to, that we could actually use as our advantage and has high potential.
So right now we are going to have the third runway, and therefore the Hong Kong International Airport should have a lot of slots. So there is in fact no worry about capacity.
Time is up. Thank you, Team G.
So we can hand over the shorter and
Team leader of Team G, please remain on stage. The next team is Team I. Team I, please come to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone and panel judges. Today, our discussion will be circling around the privatization of HKIA and whether it is ideal for HKIA to take such an approach. So, similar to the question, the Heathrow Airport, Ferrovial SE is currently managing the Heathrow Airport Holdings. My name is Angela, and we'll be discussing about the introduction first. So currently, as you can see in the graph above, there is a uptrend growth of privatization of airports around the world due to the liberalization of the air transport industry. Currently, 18% of the airports worldwide are privatized in some form or level, and this indicates that the majority, which is more than 80%, is actually not involved in privatization. Now let's move over to the right side. For the simplification of our presentation, we would like to define and put privatization level into 3 levels. So first, full privatization FP, which means it's wholly owned by a private entity, and similarly for privatization inclusion PI, which means it's only partially owned by a private entity, and lastly, privatization exclusion is wholly owned by a government. Now, as an indicator, we have these Skytrax ranking of 2018, which shows that among the top-ranked 8 airports in the world, there is 5 of them that is under the privatization exclusion model, which shows that privatization is actually not a common method among top-ranked airports worldwide. Currently, for HKI, this is the management structure, and also Hong Kong government currently wholly owns Airport Authority AA and is governed by the Cap 483 ordinance. On the right side, you can see a timeline of Ferrovial and since they took control of Heathrow Airport. Since they took control in 2006, they have over the years reduced their stake from 56% to 25%, as seen in the pie chart on the left-hand side. And as you can see in the pie chart, most of them are made up of private equity, which means that they are fully adopting the full privatization model, FP. And as of January 2024, they have currently sold off 25% of their stake and ended their official 18-year operation and control over Heathrow Airport Holdings. Now I'll pass on to the next part to my teammate Charlotte for further analysis.
Thank you, Angela. So let me take a look at the comparison between the 2 business model, PI and FP. So you can see that the revenue of PI Airport is slightly lower than the Heathrow Airport. But actually, when you see at a broader picture, actually we are the top 5 most profitable airport operating in this business model. And some airport may consider to do as a full privatization because they have more freedom and also more flexibility when it comes to finding fundings. For example, like from their investors or shareholders. In this case, there are over 12 billion pounds invested in the Heathrow Airport by the Ferrovial company. However, back in Hong Kong, the government may have more regulations and restrictions when it comes to sourcing funds, and this will also pose a threat to us. And then for the profitability, many private companies are running as a profit-driven company, which means that they are focused more on making profit. As you can see in this picture, this is a business management plan adopted by Ferrovial. You can see they are mainly focusing on finance and also asset management. And that you can see, which means that they will charge 40 times higher and on the airport charges as compared to the Hong Kong airport. Then it will become for Hong Kong because it is a government institution. So we will normally put the public interest before profit. And then for stability, because the airport is actually a very good asset to connect Hong Kong to the outside world, and that. And we also require many public infrastructure as a supporting facilities. And for private company, they lack the control over some critical public infrastructure, which Hong Kong government can actually provide this assistance to us. And finally, for the sense of belonging, the passion and commitment is usually generated by people owning their own business. But for full privatization, in Heathrow case, the revenue is very fluctuate, and in view of these, Ferrovial decided to abandon Heathrow and also their and quits by selling all the stakes in London Heathrow Airport and also abandon whenever there is a problem arise, which may also result in what's happening right now. So therefore, as you can see, the FP model is a very short-term economic benefit. But for privatization inclusion, it's actually focused more on a comprehensive long-term planning. And here is the 2 business model, and I'll pass the time to Helen to share her insights.
So thank you, Shala. Then we will analyze whether the HKIA is suitable for the full privatization based on the factors in this equation. So this equation involves 2 stakeholders, which is the private investor and also the governments. So the factors on the left-hand side are the positive, having a positive impact on the privatization, and the factors on the right-hand side have a negative impact on the privatization. Then we will go through them one by one.
First, the HKIL handled 4.3 million tons cargo and 40 million passengers in 2023, which indicated that HKIA is an international aviation hub, and it is likely to be profitable for the private investor. And however, although the HKIA is suffering from the annual loss, but is special cases due to the COVID-19, and HKIA remained profitable before the COVID-19 pandemic. Apart from the HKIA, there are 4 well-developed airports in the Greater Bay Area, which increase the intense competition. And also, there are 33 out of 58 airlines in the airline alliances operating in HKIA. So this may also cause negative impact for the privatization. Lastly, is for the government plan. According to the HKIA master plan, the Sky City and the Greater Bay Area development will be the main future development for the HKIA. So this kind of development require active government involvement in terms of the policy or the infrastructure support. So to conclude these 2 factors, we conclude that HKIA in this situation is not suitable for fully privatization. So, if HKIA is not suitable for full privatization, does the government structure still need some reform? So, according to the article we found, so it's said that if the airport is suffering from capacity issue or facing the force from the airline, or it need to adjust and position themselves, then the airport need to reform. So after the third runway system was built, the HKIA can handle 120 million passengers and 10 million tons of cargo annually. So which is 3 times more than the total traffic volume in 2023. So there is no capacity issue at the moment. And for the airline, there are many concerns about the airport charges and also the connectivities. HKIA overall airport charges rank in the mid-tier globally, and is also 40 times cheaper than the Heathrow Airport. For the connectivity, HKIA have over 200 destinations worldwide, and in 1980s, HKIA ranked number 2 in Asia for the connectivity index score. For the position of market, HKIA is international aviation hub and transition hub, and according to a master plan, HKIA in addition will act as our gateway destination based on the experience of being a transition hub. So therefore, we think that there's no strong evidence that HKIA is suffering from any issue. So we conclude that there is no urgency or necessity to participate in the government reform. To conclude, based on our analysis, we think that AAHK has been performed very well, and the current model can fit her fast growth. Then we propose 4 recommendations for the AA to consider for further enhancement. Then we'll pass the mic to Anson to talk about the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Helen and Charlotte. Now let's move on to the recommendations, and we will divide it into 2 parts: short-term recommendations and long-term recommendations. However, in the short term, as the business model enhancement is a long-term approach, so in the short-term recommendation, we will focus on the current situations. And so first is the lack of talent. As the completion of the third runway system, we lack of talents that we required about 120,000 people engaged in the airport. And the second point is innovative ways. As the customer have a higher they want a higher customer satisfaction, so we want some innovative ways, for example, the AI system, the biometric system, or the automation. So we recommend the airport can enhance the government, industry, university, institute collaboration. And by these collaborations, obviously can acquire the latest information and technology, as well as exposure to emerging trends like I mentioned before. And also by the collaborations that we we collaborate with the top universities or the institute that can enhance the credibility and also attract more talents and resources. And lastly is cost efficiency and flexibility. As the collaboration are project-based or subcontract format, the establishment or formations are more efficient and more easy as we are target-oriented. And so this is some example that airport cooperate with the academia and research sector. So move on to the long term. So as my teammate mentions that there are limited funding sources that we can explore. So we have two methods to raise the capital. So the first one is listed HKIA on the stock exchange of Hong Kong, but we will only divide a small share onto the public market as to ensure the public interest. And actually we can take reference from the MTAL. They are a listed company, but mainly owned by the government. And obviously this method can expand funding sources and enhance the financial stability even in some unpredictable situations. And besides, this can increase the complexity and sense of belongings. And I'm sure everyone here would like to own the HKIA share, am I right? And the second method is to invite some institutional investors, such as the airlines or the terminal operators, to invest in the infrastructure development or expansion, such as the third one-way. And by the equity investment, we can give them a certain part of shares to them, and they give us the expertise or the capital, and also we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship which can enhance the co-development. And now I'll pass the mic to my teammate Henry.
So thank you, Anson. Another long-term recommendation is the strategic privatization. And for Hong Kong International Airport, they can privatize under this wide product service package with for logistics services and tourist services. Firstly, they can collaborate with Shenzhen Airport and form a new multimodal transport solutions, which the passengers can transport via the road without the need of clearance. And for cargo transport, they can also be enhanced based on the current green lane logistics flow. And another consulting for the consulting services, the HKIA can insource services and systems which can better integrate the current services and systems. And in the future, the GBA can also use our services and systems which can then enhance the GBA airport's cohesion. And ultimately, it helps to achieve several goals, including one, enhance HKIA's transport operations and multimodal, and two, to leverage Hong Kong's strategic location and aviation positioning, and three, to achieve high operational efficiency and the economies of scale. And so we can move forward from red ocean competition to blue ocean innovation. And another recommendation is the GBA Aerotropolis. And we can form strategic alliance with Zhuhai, Shenzhen, Macau, and Guangzhou. And we can achieve several advantages. One is to strengthen the GBA relationship cohesion, which can foster the strong relationships among stakeholders like the GBA airports. And ultimately, the alliance can ride on our success and to build as a mega hub together. And we can also create a new separate entity for HKIA to have a better collaboration and connection with the GBA governments. And finally, we can pool the resources like the manpower and staff. And we can also jointly procure supplies and establish operation protocols together. And finally, we can, as Hong Kong is now can maintain a #1 cargo throughput hub, but we can also strive to be #1 passenger throughput hub together. And now I'll pass the time to Angela to conclude our presentation.
So basically, based on our analysis, we have identified and we believe that AHK is actually performing very well in terms of current strategies and business models. However, we do believe for further enhancement and further improvement, we believe that it would be great for HKI to continuously adopt other 4 recommendations based on our short-term and long-term recommendations listed on the right-hand side. Thank you. This is the end of presentation.
Thank you, Team I. Now it's time for Q&A.
Thanks for the presentation. So one of the recommendations is strategic privatization, right? So could you recap what is the definition of strategic privatization?
So thank you for your question. The definition of strategic privatization is that Well, based on our analysis in the front pages, we actually have the full privatization and no privatization to be categorized. However, with the strategic privatization, it means that we would like to only have several aspects to be privatized. And in our case, we have taken the wide product service package, and under the wide product service package, there are 3 categories that should be privatized, and they are logistics services, tourist services, and consulting services.
Okay. Now, during COVID, yes, the airport has lost a bit of money, but then well before the COVID, the airport has been having quite good earnings. So is there any reason why we have to privatize? Because for those objectives you talk about, for example, improvement in operational efficiency, quality, and so on, that doesn't really have to do with privatization, right? So is there any particular reason why you think the airport have to do the strategic privatization?
Okay, so thank you for your question again. And the reason why the airport should do the strategic privatization is because currently in the airport for operation systems, we got CM as well as Angeli and Sabre as well. So there are several systems in use for the airlines. However, with the integration of our in-house systems to be insourced from NRSBS, and we promote it to the GBA area, then we believe that ultimately the whole efficiency can be enhanced through insourcing the services and systems. So just now, it's just for the operation sector, it's just part of the examples.
Thank you.
So I think your recommendation is, yeah, public-private kind of hybrid, right, is the best model. So what is it, do you think, that enables an organization to behave in a private way when it's really public? Yeah, well, what are the success factors there?
Could you give us some time to discuss? Thank you. To answer your question, so yes, it is relatively a difficult challenge, I would say, to balance the privatization of public and private. But however, if if AHK does achieve this objective, it would be one of the more successful examples within the Asia Pacific region to do it. And as we've shown in this graph, there is a wide, we have the wide product services, and outsourcing those services to privatization could potentially increase Hong Kong Airport's competitiveness in the region. So therefore, partially privatizing it is actually an ideal business model, we believe, and we believe this could potentially bring more profit to AHK. But however, we believe AHK is already doing well. But if you would, this is just a suggestion from our part, but we believe that this could be a more profitable model in the future for your reference. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Team I. Please be seated. The last team will be Team J. Please come to the stage.
I'm sure we've all heard of the well-known saying, the more the merrier. But the question is, does that actually apply to all situations? Good afternoon, everyone. Jessie Gonzalez speaking. Here with me, I have my team, Yanni, Choco, and Mary. As a bustling global hub, Hong Kong International Airport has long been the gateway to opportunities connecting people and goods across the globe. Over the past years, next please, the demand has been growing. So this has caused passenger traffic and cargo traffic. So could you imagine the limitations of having only 2 runways in the airport caused on the capacity and hindrance on Hong Kong's future growth and expansion? Therefore, with the ever-increasing demand upon the airport, the need for additional capacity has been a topic of discussion. Today, we will be reviewing the pros and cons of the 3rd runway in Hong Kong International Airport for passengers and flight operations. Choco, please take over.
Thank you, Jessie. So now please get ready to be captivated as we are going to tell you about the extraordinary benefits that the 3rd runway has brought to the passengers and flight operations. So let me pose a question. Can you imagine how much capacity has been generated to the 3rd runway? Look at here. So the additions of the 3rd runway of our airports has been increased to an impressive amount, which this quantum leap propelled HKIA into a new era of untapped potentials. So what exactly is benefiting the stakeholders? Imagine being part of HKIA's management team, where innovations meets flexibility. With the 3RS, it harnesses technologies and advanced management systems like ACDM that empower HKIA to optimize night schedules and adapts to dynamic demands to the markets, which ensure excellent airport experience for all. Now let's turn our attention to air traffic safety, the backbones of every successful airports. With the 3rd runway, HKIA has embraced technologies such as BHS and implemented innovative traffic system control, which is supported by AI, bolstering safety measures and also which standards to the next level. Whether you are a passengers or cargo operators, it's secure and protected. Now let's explore more about the advantage to the cargo traffic and passenger traffic. Cargo operator, brace yourself for new efficiency and scale. With the world's longest environmental friendly pipeline, 5G networks, and also GSC pooling scheme, HKIA facilitate faster pull-outs and streamline logistics and efficient supply chain. From the perishable goods to high-value cargoes, the 3rd runway propels Hong Kong as the global logistics hub, connecting businesses to a new frontiers of the trade. And for passengers, get ready to embark on unforgettable journeys. With the 3rd runway, the expanded capacity and enhanced facility have ensured the shorter waiting time and also prevents from delays. Step into our modern terminals, equipped by digital solutions and also world-class equipment such as the new arrival bags delivery system from the moment to your arrival and the moment you board your flights. The 3rd runway escalates your travel experience to unprecedented heights. Undoubtedly, the 3rd runway has get HKIA into a realm of the limitless potential, where innovation, safety, and also progress coverage. With that, I will pass the baton to Jessie again.
All right, thank you, Choco. So the 3rd runway holds great potential for the economic development of Hong Kong. So how is that so? Well, to begin with, the expanded airport will make Hong Kong more attractive for tourists who specifically value convenience and accessibility. With the increased capacity, the chance of having air traffic or cargo traffic will definitely be reduced, creating a more smooth and convenient travel process for the tourists. So this will incentivize tourists and business travelers to visit Hong Kong, which will then create a domino effect, increasing the tourism-related spending, such as hotel occupancy and even revenue for local businesses. So in addition to that, the enhanced air connectivity will provide a more speedy flow of goods and passengers, which will provide them accessibility and convenience. Furthermore, it will also raise Hong Kong's competitiveness as a regional destination for tourism and business travel. So this will also increase the chance of attracting more tourists and business travelers who may have chosen alternative locations in the absence of expanded airport capacity. So an example of the alternative locations could be Singapore Changi Airport, which is very advanced in terms of their technological aspect. And yes, so this would be a great way to stimulate the local economy of Hong Kong. So secondly, the expansion will increase job opportunities in various sectors. For example, aviation industry, retail, hotel, hospitality, as well as construction. So I'd like to use Cathay Pacific as an example. So they're currently recruiting university students to do internship in their company, hoping to meet the future demand as well as to recruit potential candidates in the future for their company. Now, to conclude my point in this point, so it will help stimulate Hong Kong's local economy, provide job opportunities, and also attract more tourism and business activities for future growth. Now I'd like to pass it on to Mary, please.
Thank you, Jessie. And I would like to talk about connectivity is one of the prongs. So by developing Hong Kong International Airport, by aiding implement the third runway, it demonstrates to us the wide and expanded airline networks, and which is maintain and sustain the recognizable flight hub. By implement the third runway, it not only help to region financial status, but it also support the airport for meet the increase in demand over the time. And additionally, we can see on the slide, the right side, the numbers which is related to increase in passengers by 120 million and also 10 million of cargo. And it's gonna be, numbers gonna be in 2030. And it's direct and indirect impact of the local economy. And this slide, I would like to emphasize the right side pie chart, where we can see how the Hong Kong Airlines, in total is 67, they can implement and maintain their the operation capabilities in other airports over the 189. And additionally, by cross-boundary and increase in transportation, which is as though the people led accessibility and increase the traveler and also maintain the more and more a business opportunity. So additionally, I would like to talk about technological advancement, which has helped to build the Hong Kong Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. Is one of additional capacity, which will indirect impact our Hong Kong airport. One of the cons, it will be environmental impact. As we can see, the atmosphere in environmental transformation we've been talking about, and the left side of icon we can see the aircraft fuel emission, which is rising 138%. In the middle of the icon we can see the noise pollution rising at 5%, which is not only will be impact on the human well-being, it will be also impact on the lost society productivity. And on the right side of icon we can see the greenhouse emission, which is rise 25%. To maintain its sustainability and prevent the disadvantages of environmental impacts, Hong Kong government maintain and right now in progress of the reduce the environmental impacts, and Hong Kong government implement the organization which is can reduce carbon intensity, and this strategy called decarbonization strategy. And moreover, right now, the Cathay Pacific used the biofuel strategy that helps to reduce the greenhouse emission and increase demand by 65% access to transportability, where Hong Kong government implement the program that complex fare program that lead the people purchase the ticket one time but use for the multiple times, and that help the people, encourage them to use more. And it's implement not only for the local people but also for traveler. And additionally, I would like to talk about technological progress, which is increased fuel efficiency by 25%. Here we can lead the data analysis, implementation, investigation, and investment between government and stakeholders, where they can increase fuel efficiency by 25%. And I would like to pass next slide to Yanni.
Thank you, Mary. I'm Yanni. Despite concerns regarding the significant investment required for this expansion, it's essential to analyze the situation holistically, according both the costs and the potential benefits. One of the primary cons often cited is the high cost of the project, especially when compared to other top airports. Let's start with HKIA's. The estimated cost of the third runway expansion at HKIA stands at a staggered USD 18.2 billion. Japan Airport follows with the cost of USD 47 million, and Singapore Airport with USD 10 billion. Lastly, the Bangkok Airport with USD 2.7 billion. While each of these airports has significant investment, HKIA's third runway expansion represents a substantial investment. It's evident that the costs are disproportionately higher than those of the other airports. This figure might seem daunting, but let's take a closer look. Despite the high investment, HKIA's annual reports consistently reflect stable and healthy profits. This suggests that the airport financial standing is robust enough to potentially cover the cost of the third runway project. Moreover, investing in infrastructure like the third runway isn't just about immediate returns. It's about laying the foundation for future growth and expansion. Now I'm excited to present the Transfiguration's innovative initiatives for collaboration within the Greater Bay Area cities. Our first strategic move involves transforming our transport operations. By leveraging the HKIA Dongguan Logistic Park, we have the opportunity to become pioneers in airport operations. Figure this: expanding our service beyond export to imports, even potentially on global scale. Could we streamline cargo consolidation in Hong Kong and breaking the norms of funneling through Guangzhou? Perhaps collaborations with other cities is the key. They are not just ideas, they are a pathway to leadership in airport operations. Secondly, we are embracing digital technology to revolutionize our system. Imagine AI optimizing cargo handling, 5G empowering real-time tracking, and amended driving cars streamlining ground operations. Within this advancement, our goal is clear: to establish ourselves as the cargo hub of the future. Here now, I would like to pass it on to Jessie.
Thank you, Yanni. So after reviewing the case, we have concluded that the benefits of the third runway outweighs the disadvantages it has on passengers and freight operations, enabling Hong Kong to remain as the important hub for the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team J. Now is Q&A.
Okay. I have one question here. From your presentation, I heard many pros of the third one-way for the HKIA. So that is in the condition that every sectors or players in the aviation industry can fully utilize the third one-way to justify the investment put in the third one-way construction. So what factors do you think that will hinder the full utilization of the third one-way? Thank you.
We'd like to discuss. Thank you. Sorry, could you repeat the question again, if that's possible?
No problem. I mean, if every parties, like the airlines or other, like the Hong Kong IA can fully capture the good points of the third one-way, then the whole industry will get benefit from third one-way. But do you think, is there any parts that will hinder, I mean, affect the fully utilize of the third one-way?
Well, there's definitely a lot of pros in our evaluation, but we do think that one of the factors that could hinder that is it might be more of a, they might see it more as a competition instead of a collaboration, but we do think that using, Mary said, Macau Bridge, for example, it has been benefiting in aspect of freight operation as well as the passengers. So it builds up the connectivity. And so, yeah, do you have anything else to add? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Can you explain a bit more about transfiguration? That's a new term to me. Thank you.
It's a word. It's a it's kind of new for us too, but it means transformative and configuration, and we want to connect the globe and expand our service beyond export to import and benefit and develop in the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the Q&A session. Team J, please be seated. Should we now invite our judges to retreat for a discussion on the competition results? Judging panels can follow our assistant to go to a discussion room. And dear audience, please remain in your seat. While the judging panel is deciding the results, all of you can also choose your own champion by taking part in our game now, Guessing the Champion.
Yes, everyone can scan the QR code to open a Google form, where you can also scan the QR code of the game, which is also printed on the paper at the back of the seat in front of you. Inside the form, you can choose your champion team and submit the form with your personal details. If you can guess who the champion team is, and you are lucky enough, you get a $200 supermarket coupon in return.
Now, we will have 30-minute break for resting and voting. Afterwards, we will start the award presentation ceremony of the 22nd CILTHK Student Essay Competition. And also, we will announce the results of the Student Day. Please do come back at 5:00 p.m. to share the excitement with us. The voting Guessing the Champion will cut off when our professional judging panel returns to this A101 lecture hall. Please don't leave your personal belongings unattended in this lecture hall theater. Thank you and see you all sharp at 5:00 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Also welcome the finalists of the essay competition. We will now start the award presentation ceremony of the 22nd CILTHK Student Essay Competition. Tiffany, could you please introduce the competition for us?
Sure. In this competition, students are divided into 4 groups: Chinese Stream Junior and Senior Group, English Stream Junior and Senior Group. The aim of this competition is to provide a platform for secondary students to express their personal will towards the popular topics in the aviation industry. Different topics have been set for each group representatively.
The English topic for junior group is, what should my desired in-flight meal looks like?
初級組中文題目係我心目中理想的飛機餐菜式。
The English topic for senior group is, what do you suggest to enrich the airport experience of Hong Kong airport travelers?
高級組中文題目係你會提出什麼建議去提升香港機場旅客的機場體驗？
Besides individual, students could also participate in a small group. All essays have to go through 2 rounds of assessments.
This year, we are very happy to receive more than 270 essays from 52 local and international schools.
We are going to present the awards to 16 awardees who will be in the champion, first runner-up, second runner-up, and merits award in each group.
Before announcing the results, Peter, let's convey our sincere gratitude to all honorable judges in the 2 rounds of assessments. In no particular order, the judges of the first round are Dr. Fion Lee, Assistant Professor of Faculty of Business, UOW College, Hong Kong.
Dr. Zheng Chen-Hong, Director of Research and Technology Development, Logistics and Supply Chain Multi-Tech and R&D Center. Dr. Daisy Ng, Lecturer of Department of Translation, the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And Dr. Dai Sek Kwang, Associate Professor of Division of Business and Management, Beijing Normal University, Hong Kong Baptist University, United International College.
For the final round judges, they are Mr. Nicky Yip, Strategic Account Manager, Carrier Sales, Modern Terminals Limited.
Mr. Alex So, General Manager, Honor Lane Shipping Limited, Qingdao Branch.
Mr. Joseph Ho, Chief Supervisor, the Cosmetic and Perfumery Association of Hong Kong Limited.
And Mr. Peter Zhang, Director, Business Consulting, InnoBiz Limited.
Now, may we invite our judge, Mr. Nicky Yip, to present the awards for the Chinese Junior Group. Mr. Yip, please.
Thank you, Mr. Yip. Please remain on stage. The results are now in our hands. May we now invite all the finalists of the Chinese junior group first come near the stage to my left-hand side to prepare for the award presentation.
中文初級組入圍嘅學校嘅同學分別嚟自以下學校，包括東華三院甲乙年總理中學、仁濟醫院第二中學、保良局第一張永慶中學、港九街坊婦女會孫方中書院、五旬節聖潔會永江書院以及張竹山英文中學。
We will now present the 4 Merit Awards in no particular order.
首先頒發4個優異獎，排名不分先後。第一位優異獎得主係東華三院甲乙年總理中學温希彤同學。第二位優異獎得主係仁濟醫院第二中學李清如同學。第三位優異獎得主係東華三院甲乙年總理中學羅子峰同學，可惜羅同學今日未能出席頒獎禮，將由老師代領。恭喜晒！係，請站前一步。係，冇錯。恭喜晒你同學！由老師代領。
係，老師將會代領嘅。
恭喜晒！收到。最後一位優異獎得主係一個小組，港九街坊婦女會孫方中書院梁詠欣同學以及楊其瑤同學，可惜楊同學今日未能出席頒獎禮，所以由梁同學代領獎。恭喜晒梁同學。
We will now present the awards of the second runner-up, first runner-up, and also the champion.
接着頒發冠亞季軍嘅得獎者，季軍係保良局第一張永慶中學黃思琪同學。恭喜晒黃同學！亞軍係一個小組，五旬節聖潔會永江書院林偉賢同學以及劉家俊同學。 恭喜晒兩位同學。冠軍係張竹山英文中學謝其聰同學。請冠軍得主留步，而家有請冠亞季軍嘅同學一齊上台影一張大合照。請留步。恭喜晒！請冠軍得主留步。
係，其他同學可以落翻台。
葉先生可以就咗。唔該晒，唔該晒。係。而家有請冠軍得主為我哋分享得獎感受。
各位老師、同學，我叫謝其聰，來自張竹山英文中學。今天呢，我很榮幸可以獲得這個獎項。今天呢，我很榮幸可以獲得這個獎項。這個獎項呢，我的寫作呢是通過了大量的一些收集，資料的整理，才完成的我的作品。我覺得呢，這個獎項呢，可以就是分享給在座的每一個同學、老師，可以大家一起分享這份喜悅。我也很感謝有這個比賽。這個比賽呢是一次機會，這個榮耀呢也是可以我自己爭取的啊！謝謝大家。
恭喜晒得獎同學。
Now, may we invite our CILTHK Vice Chairperson of E&T Committee, Ms. Polly Wong, to present the awards for the Chinese Senior Group. Ms. Wong, please. Now, let's welcome the finalists of the Chinese Senior Group to come near to the stage. Please line up at my left-hand side of the stage and wait for the award presentation.
中文高級組入圍嘅同學嚟自以下學校，包括仁濟醫院第二中學、佛教孔仙洲紀念中學、東華三院甲人年總理中學、鄧鏡波學校以及香港鄧鏡波書院。
We will first present the 4 merit awards in no particular order.
首先頒發4個優異獎，排名不分先後。第一位優異獎得主係一個小組，東華三院甲人年總理中學簡依文同學以及吳佩儀同學。 第2位優異獎得主係仁濟醫院第2中學梁博文同學。第3位優異獎得主係佛教孔仙洲紀念中學張嘉文同學，可惜張同學今日未能出席。第4位優異獎得主係仁濟醫院第2中學洪思勤同學，可惜洪同學今日未能出席。
Now we will present the awards of second runner-up, first runner-up, and the champion.
接住落嚟會頒發冠亞季軍嘅得獎者。季軍係鄧鏡波學校吳永生同學。亞軍係仁濟醫院第2中學文樂儀同學，可惜文同學今日未能出席。冠軍係香港鄧鏡波書院利景希同學。現在有請冠亞季軍一齊拍一張大合照。
可以，冇問題。恭喜晒冠軍得主請留步，唔該晒黃小姐請就座，其他得獎嘅同學亦都可以返回座位。而家我哋有請李同學為我哋分享得獎感受。
好突然啊！咁啊啱啱我唔係特登著便服嚟嘅，咁啊啱啱都係機場過嚟嘅，其實自己一路都好中意了解航空啦，咁啊啱啱就即係都係機場趕翻嚟嘅。咁啊平時其實我自己由細到大都好中意航空嘅，咁啊去了解一啲嘅航空發展啦，甚至乎係去一啲嘅航空機構去實習啊，或者係參與活動嘅。咁啊，所以咧其實對於呢一個話題，我自己都本身都好有興趣去不斷都有研究過嘅。咁啊都再經過咗一啲嘅資料嘅搜集啊，同埋一啲嘅去即係再分析過啦。咁啊去今次就即係參加咗今次嘅比賽，去寫咗呢一篇嘅論文咯。好多謝。
恭喜晒李同學，可以到台下就座。
May we now invite our judge, Mr. Harry Poon, to present the awards for English Junior Group. Mr. Harry Poon, please. Now let's welcome the finalists of the English Junior Group to come near the stage.
初級組入圍嘅同學分別嚟自以下學校：聖公會李炳中學、仁濟醫院第2中學、地利亞修女紀念學校協和、新加坡國際學校香港以及保良局顏寶玲書院。
We will first present the 4 Merit Awards in no particular order.
首先頒發4個優異獎，排名不分先後。 第一位優異獎得主係地利亞修女紀念學校協和 La Quincy。恭喜晒得獎同學！第二位優異獎得主係聖公會利並中學賴華澤同學，可惜賴同學今日未能出席頒獎禮。第三位優異獎得主係地利亞修女紀念學校協和黃冠欣同學。恭喜晒得獎同學！第四位優異獎得主係仁濟醫院第二中學何思雅同學。恭喜晒得獎同學！
We will now present the awards for the second runner-up, first runner-up, and the champion.
而家頒發冠亞季軍嘅得獎者，季軍係一個小組，仁濟醫院第二中學何子飛同學以及李心橋同學。恭喜晒得獎同學！亞軍係保良局顏寶玲書院 Fatima Mishaw。Congratulations！ 冠軍係新加坡國際學校香港 Low Carway Jamie 同學。恭喜晒！而家有請冠亞季軍同學一齊影一張合照。恭喜晒得獎同學，係請就座。係而家有請冠軍得主為我哋分享得獎感受。
First of all, congratulations to all the awardees and thank you to everyone for attending. I feel very honored to be here today and I feel really lucky to have been able to receive an award. Thank you.
Congratulations. Now, may we invite our judge, Dr. Fion Lee, to present the awards for the English Senior Group. Dr. Lee, please. The last group is English Senior. All finalists, please come near to the stage and please line up at my left-hand side of the stairs and wait for the award announcement.
英文高級組入圍嘅同學嚟自以下學校，包括香港浸會大學附屬學校黃錦輝中小學、賽馬會官立中學、拔萃女書院、基督教純真中學以及聖保祿學校。
Now we present the 4 merit awards in no particular order.
首先頒發4個優異獎，排名不分先後。第一位優異獎得主係香港浸會大學附屬學校黃錦輝中小學邱文希同學。第二位優異獎得主係賽馬會官立中學柯子恒同學。第三位優異獎得主係一個小組。香港浸會大學附屬學校黃錦輝中小學鐘嘉希同學以及馮浩晴同學。第四位優異獎得主係拔萃女書院蕭家榮同學。
Now we will present the awards of the second runner-up, first runner-up, and the champion.
接住落嚟頒發冠亞季軍得獎者。季軍係一個小組，基督教純真中學胡瑞南同學、顧卓希同學以及林君豪同學。
恭喜晒！
亞軍係一個小組，聖保祿學校魏瑤同學以及余海怡同學。
恭喜晒！
冠軍係香港浸會大學附屬學校黃錦輝中小學温尚華同學。
恭喜晒！而家請冠亞季軍得主一齊合照。 我哋移往中間少少啊，一齊影張合照。唔該晒，李博士同同學請就座。而家有請冠軍為我哋講下得獎感受。
我覺得好幸運，好驚喜，亦都好榮幸可以攞到呢個獎項，同埋亦都好亦都恭喜咁多位得獎嘅同學，多謝。
恭喜晒！
We are warmly reminded all essay competitions champions to stay for the press interview after the event. We are also welcome the awardees to take a photo once our stage is clear.
Now, may we invite our judge, Dr. Fiona, to represent the judging panel giving a remarks about the essay competition. Dr. Lee, please.
Participants, teachers, parents, honored guests, fellow judges, it is my absolute privilege to be here and represent the judging panel to give a judging remarks. I'm truly delighted to be part of this momentous occasion, celebrating the remarkable efforts put forth by all the participants. This year, we have received 270 submissions, which is double more than last year. The diversity in style, content, and the form within these pieces is truly remarkable. It's evident students really invest impressive amounts of time, efforts, and also research into their work, showcasing their creativity and also their dedication. The judges' comments have been encouraging, highlighting several commendable aspects, such as good and interesting ideas, thoughtful scientific considerations, as well as invaluable suggestions. We have witnessed inspiring pieces with sound observations, in-depth analysis, and captivating writing style. However, it is essential to acknowledge that there are some entries that did not really meet our expectation. Some essays were too short, the argument a little bit weak, and also loose organization. Well, some contain some relevant concepts. However, they lack elaboration and also fail to provide sufficient details. We are anticipating more balanced content, including, say, what, why, how, to whom, and when and where aspect of your proposals. It is crucial to reiterate the importance of planning, creativity in this competition. Writing is undoubtedly a very challenging task, and it is actually through practice that we'll strive for perfection. The fact that everyone took part and took the initiative to submit this work speak volumes about your passion and about your commitment to writing. You should all be proud of your work and also the efforts you put into your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fiona Lee. Please be seated. Peter, after presenting the awards for the essay competition, it's the time to announce the results of the Student Day. Do you feel excited?
I am. But although that I know what Student Day is, Tiffany, could you please introduce what is CILTHK Student Day?
Sure. 等我而家簡單介紹一下 CILTHK 大專學藝比賽。本年度嘅學藝比賽以推廣航空業為題，有9間本地及澳門正就讀大專院校航空及物流有關課程嘅大專生參加呢一節專題研究嘅比賽。比賽以公開公平嘅原則進行。各大專院校參賽隊伍會喺比賽2天前抽籤形式決定各隊嘅比賽研究題目。每一隊大概有1日嘅時間去準備。佢哋需要將搜集得嚟嘅資料進行分析，然後提出建議，然後喺今日比賽入邊喺限時15分鐘內彙報研究嘅內容同埋建議。 比賽期間唔可以表露自己嘅院校身份，並接受由業界組成嘅專業評判提問。
Let's invite our Chief Judge, Mr. Kenneth Zhang, to address about the competition today. Mr. Zhang, please.
Well, such an exciting afternoon, and I would say, as just introduced by Tiffany, they only have got their questions or the topic for the research 2 days in advance, and they only have like 31 hours for the preparation. And you have seen all of these presentations. We really a very high standard, and I think they did a very good job. How did they do it? I don't know. Just amazing. Within that 30 hours. So I think after discussion of the panel, so most of the teams actually got a very similar score, all right? So they are very competitive. The winning margin is not that much. So everyone is doing a good job. So thank you for participating, and I hope you all enjoy it. So let's go to the prize presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. The result is now in my hand. The 6 Merit Awards will be presented in no particular order. Now, could we invite our CILTHK Hong Kong Vice Chairperson of Education and Training Committee, who is also the Chairperson of CILTHK Student Day 2024, Ms. Pauline Wong, to present the first Merit Award. Ms. Wong, please. The first Merit Awards winner is Team A. Team members of Team A, please come to the stage to receive the award. Topics for Team A is: how does the rising inflation affect aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul operations?
Congratulations.
May we invite Ms. Teresa Lee to present the next 2 Merit Awards. Ms. Lee, please. The second Merit Awards winner is Team C. Team members of Team C, please come to the stage.
The topic of Team C is Case 9. How will the manpower shortage in the global aviation industry affect the success of the Paris 2024 Olympic Games? Congratulations. Please be seated.
The third Merit Awards winner is Team D. Team members of Team D, please come to the stage for the awards.
The case of Team D is Case 1. As the average height of this younger generation increase, should Asian Airlines adjust their standard seat pitch? Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Please be seated. May we invite Mr. Mark Slade to come to the stage to present the next 2 Merit Awards. Mr. Mark Slade, please. The fourth Merit Award winner is Team G. Team members of Team G, please come to the stage to receive the awards.
For Team G, they present Case 7. Hong Kong IA should collaborate with other Asian airports to improve the regional air transport efficiency. Congratulations.
The 5th Merit Awards winner is Team H. Team members of Team H, please come to the stage to receive the awards. Team H is Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education, Ting Yi. The topic is, can embrace AI technology in aviation industry, enhance operation efficiency and safety levels in future airports. The 5th Merit Awards winner is Team J. Team members of Team J, please come to the stage.
Team J is from Hong Kong Metropolitan University, and their case is Case 5. The case topic is critical review of pros and cons of the third runway at Hong Kong IA for passenger and freight operations. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Please be seated. May we now invite Mr. Tim Wong to present the last Merit Award and the second runner-up. Mr. Wong, please. The second runner-up is Team I. Members of Team I, please come to the stage for the award presentation. Team I is the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong. Their topic is, many global airports are managed by transport experts such as Ferrero SE, which manage the Heathrow Airport holding. Will it be a good example of Hong Kong IA to take such an approach? Go through the second and also the champion, then we'll come back to the merit. Now, only the 2 teams left for the first runner-up and the champion. Let's invite our presentation guests, Ms. Ceci Chan and also Mr. Kennel Zhang, to come to the stage to present the first runner-up and today's champion. Ms. Chan and Mr. Zhang, please. The first runner-up is Team Yi. Team members of Team Yi, please come to the stage to receive the award. Congratulations. Team Yi is Macau University of Science and Technology. Their case is, flying a commercial or amateur drone provides a wide variety of entertainment for society. Should the government set up a license system for drone pilots regardless of the drone's weight?
Congratulations.
The champion team of the CILTHK Student Day 2024 is Team B. Team B. Members of Team B, please come to the stage. Team B is the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Their topic is, beside the Corporate Sustainable Aviation Fuel (SAF) program, how can airlines achieve flight net zero within the designated time frame? Thank you, Ms. Chen and Mr. Zhang.
Congratulations again. And now we would like to invite the champion team to come on the stage to share your feeling with us. The champion team, please.
Hi, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank CILTHK for having us and for letting us, me and my friends, be part of this legacy that is Student Day. And it's been a very fun journey that I have to share with my friends. We didn't know what SAF was before this competition. So it has been a very eye-opening journey for us, and we learned a lot, and we had a lot of fun, and just thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again. Hi, Peter. Our champion is already born. Anything left for today?
Yes. Let's invite all the judges to give us a brief comments to each team's performance.
May we now invite our judges to give a brief comments to our competing team today. Okay, so let's start from Team A.
Thank you for all the presentations. Actually, all groups doing good job, knowing that you are only got around less than 2 days preparation. With such the short preparation time, you still got plenty of information provided and suggestions given. It's really amazing. So I have some particular comments for Team A. Your presentation is well on point and covers many important aspects and got some good suggestions like the AI adoption for the MRO industry. But maybe you can add some more figures to elaborate more on how much the cost has increased during the inflation. Thank you. So,
okay, so next we pass to the comments for Team B.
Thank you. I think first thing is this apply to all teams. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing your idea. I think we noted that it's only a very short period you have this topic, and even for us who have worked in the industry for a while, it won't be easy for me to answer that. So thank you so much for this. I learned a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you. And for Team B, thank you for the SAF. Apart from that, what we can actually apply net zero. It's actually a very interesting topic, have been widely discussed in the industry right now. I mean, thank you for, I think what I like really a lot is about how you present it in terms of broad approach. There's a lot more option than simply applying SAF to achieve this sustainability goal that we all would share. You also mentioned the collaboration that will be required across different stakeholders in the industry. You mentioned some of the incentive why we should do that. These are really things I really enjoy and I like it. If I may do it, I would probably apply a lot of points that you actually point out. But I may probably add a bit more about why. I think sustainability is actually is a very common topic and about all of us. It's about our Earth, our society, and every individual of us. So that gives a bit meaning why we should look into this important topic. And of course, I'm working in industry, so I can actually apply a bit more to spell out a bit more about what incentive mean. You mentioned a lot of wage. The wage incentive for the airline is very crucial and very material. I think I will recall you mentioned about the ULD. That is something that working in this area, working day and night to how we can reduce the wage of the ULD itself. So just give you an example. We're actually reducing the weight from ULD from something like 80 kilogram for standard size ULD to something like 60. And a 20 kilogram of this reduction can mean a lot to the operator. So from either on sparing this payload for carry a bit more cargo, which generate revenue, or even saving the fuel burns, which of course contributing to the CO2 offset as well. So these are things that if we are really address this, that can be some area that we can go into and help people understand what is the incentive to drive this financially and economically.
Thank you. Now let's give a comment to Team C.
So Team C, thank you again. I think you mentioned about the manpower shortage. And in particular for how we impact to the success of the Paris Olympic. It's interesting topic again. Manpower shortage is not only to Paris, it's not only Hong Kong, it's actually worldwide, as we see, it's a global challenge. I think I like a lot that you mentioned about the IR, the potential strike. I think this is really something maybe more bit common in Paris, but it's not quite usual in this part of the world that we're living in. So I think this actually showing that you have an international vision. I think looking at the international aviation society community, the international vision is very required, so this is a really good point. I think you mentioned about some experience learned from the previous major event like happening, the World Cup in Doha, the last Olympic in Rio. So I think a lot of things that when we adopt in the aviation industry, a lot of organization we have is how we can learn from each other, how we can learn from people's experience so that we can continuously improve forward. So this is a very good example I can see from the presentation. One thing, if I may do it a bit differently, is about the, you mentioned about the manpower shortage. Number of people is certainly key, but in terms of delivering the service, it's also about the right skill and right knowledge. So that's maybe something I will probably highlight. You mentioned about the flight crew. You mentioned about the cabin crew. In a typical turnaround of a flight, you may probably need 2 to 3 pilots. You may need 10 to 20 cabin crew. But there is more than 100 people on the ground that serve, we call them ground crew, to help actually refueling the cleaner cabin, loading and loading cargo. There's a lot of people actually working on that, so that may be some attention I will probably put into. So I think that's from my side.
Okay, thank you. Next, let's give comments to Team D.
Hi there. Team D actually, they have a very interesting topic to present. And they have given an interesting suggestion, but my advice would be they may have to do a little bit more analysis from the point of view of the airlines. That means there's a lot of commercial concerns of if you increase the leg room and reduce the number of rows, then what is the impact on commercially? And secondly, I think the team can a little bit more to express and explain the correlation between the R square, which is a very good term, I learned it new today, the R square, but how does it relate to the actual measures? I think they can spend a little bit time to express this during their presentation. And it doesn't seem a lot mentioned about Asian airlines, what should they do with this, which is related to the topic they have picked. So overall, it's a very interesting, I like the presentation, but it's more on the general facts than the actual analysis, which may be room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's give a comments to Team E.
Okay, so Team E sitting right in front of me, so just no pressure here. Well, congratulations, you did very well. I think one thing the commercial drones team did is you really put a fence around this topic, right? Like nothing was going to escape. You were going to come up with a solution. I liked what you said, that the weight class is not enough. So you really challenged that assumption, and you said we're not satisfied with that. Okay, I thought that was very good. I think, I mentioned my question might be a bit obvious. I say it again, but I think having a distinction between professional and commercial is not necessarily, at least for a high-level presentation. Basically, if you get paid for it, or the person doing it's getting paid, then it's a professional. And so if there's if they're getting profit or not, I don't know from a licensing point of view. I would say then you could reduce your number of parameters, right? So if you only have 2 categories and 3 weight classes, you have 6 domains rather than you guys had 3 categories of operator and 3 weight classes. You have 9 parameters. And again, just to keep it simple, right? I really liked at the end, I thought you were at very good critical thinking skills, yeah? I think you guys were really sharp on challenging and then answering the questions that you posed. And I liked the Q&A at the end. You were the first team to do a huddle. So when you got the question, you guys kind of said, okay, just give us a sec, and then you huddled, and you came back, and your answers were very strong. So I thought it was a good teamwork for the Q&A, and you were the first team to do that. And I think a lot of other teams followed you and started saying, oh, well, just give us a minute, we'll come back. That's a smart strategy. Well done.
Thank you. Let's give a comment to Team G.
Okay, for Team G, overall it's a very good presentation. I like it. The way they present and the way they do the analysis, and they understand very well of HKIA advantages. They put in all the facts, and in fact, which is very attractive at the opening. Focus a lot on the Greater Bay Area, which is the hot topic recently in Hong Kong. How do we cooperate with other airports in GBA? But the question is actually asking the Asian airport. So I think I would suggest the presentation can be a little bit more on the Asian side rather than only staying in the GBA, something you can explore a lot. They mentioned about the Vietnam cooperation, they mentioned about the Indonesia. It seems that it's more on the passenger and did not spend a lot of research into the cargo. So that maybe something can improve on something more on the cargo. And suggestions of Shenzhen Op cooperation with Hong Kong. Actually, the Hong Kong is already doing this. So it may be an extended cooperation. Maybe we need some more innovative idea like cooperating with, let's say, Zhuhai or Guangzhou, something they can add. And there's one thing they forgot to mention, which is the core strength or the most competitive advantage of Hong Kong within the region is Hong Kong is a free port. And Hong Kong is no duty. So which is the most important thing? Maybe they have to remember to add it back next time. And the Q&A, generally okay, but it just maybe my question was too difficult to ask why Vietnam needs you. So that's generally is doing very good. I like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a comment to Team H.
Okay, so Team H, that was about embracing AI for air traffic control. I think obviously the big issue with AI is where to draw the line between humans and machines. And I think you had an excellent delineation, right? That you were very clear about where that handover needs to be, and because that's the big issue. So that was well done. Slick presentation. You guys are also very slick with the jackets and the, you're very cool. And I think the low-key delivery works. I don't think you don't need to, if that's how you are as a person, stay like that when you're presenting. You don't have to try to be somebody different. I think just be yourself, and you were yourselves. A little bit of the technical details. I mean, you had a very nice presentation, but the slides kept popping back and forth. I guess there was some technical problem. Good thing you mentioned it was a technical problem rather than you were just jumping back and forth too fast. But try to fix that next time in advance, because it was a great presentation. But yeah, it was a bit kind of, moving back and forth. So if there's some issue with the technical side, try to get that sorted out in advance. Not a big deal. Excellent detail, very technical, but I never got the feeling that you didn't know what you were explaining. So I was like, whoa, what's that? And then you explained it, and then I understood it. So I thought you had a very good grasp of the detail. Even though it was quite technical and deep what you were getting into, I learned something. So, good job, guys. Well done.
Thank you. Let's give a comment to Team I.
Okay, Team I is about the privatization of the airport. In fact, this is quite an interesting topic. I work for the airport, but I'm not familiar with privatization though. I would say the analysis is very good, despite the team has only less than 2 days preparation. In particular, I like the comparison between Hong Kong and Heathrow, which actually adds quite some substance into the presentation. You guys follow a very structured approach, classifying privatization into 3 buckets. And I think that is the way to go. And there are some interesting ideas put forward, like the GBA Aerotropolis, which is quite interesting. We always talk about Aerotropolis, but seldom do we look at it from a GBA angle. So overall, I think it reflects strong analytical thinking as well as conceptual thinking. There's one suggestion I would make to the team for the team to consider. That is to take an even more strategic and holistic approach. Because when we look at when we look at an airport, it's not just about looking at the airport's performance as a transport infrastructure. In fact, the airport is a very important engine for economic growth of a city. And so in this respect, it is quite strategic in nature. So it's not just about whether the airport has good profitability or not. It's more like how does an airport contribute more to the society, to the city, and to the economy. So that said, that is probably an angle that we could further look into for the analysis on privatization. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a comment to Team J.
Okay, last but not least, Team J has got a pretty good and comprehensive analysis, especially of the pros of the third runway. This team's job is to analyze the pros and cons of the runway. And listening to your presentation, I would think you are a big fan of the third runway. So am I. But that said, I think in order to make the presentation even more persuasive, you could consider to enrich the contents by an even more in-depth analysis of the cons. And then, if you are still a big fan of the third runway, you can also talk about how to mitigate the cons. And by so doing, the entire presentation will be even more persuasive. But overall, a very good job done. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, for the comments. Now, could we invite Dr. David Liu, CILTHK School of Business and Administration, Hong Kong Metropolitan University, to come on stage. And also invite Mr. Kendall Zhang to exchange a flag to MUHK on behalf of CILT Hong Kong. Mr. Zhang, please. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, thank you, Dr. Liu. Please be seated.
Hey, Peter. You may recall that we have a game, Guessing the Champion. I'm just wondering who has chosen for the right team. The three winners will receive the gift of Hong Kong $200 coupon representatively.
I want to know too. There are guesses who choose the correct champion team, and let's invite Dr. Peter Wong, our chairman of Education and Training Committee of CILT Hong Kong, to draw the three lucky winners for the game. All lucky winners, please come to the stage to collect your vouchers. Your name and the first 5 digits of your mobile phone number will be called.
We have the team B going to have, so all your last digits. So can you, the audience, tell me, shall we sort G column, H column, or I column? G, okay. Okay. From small to largest? Okay. Okay, the winner should be the top 3 here. Okay, so that's top 3. So.
Okay, Dr. Wong, please help us to present the 3 lucky winners for our vouchers and take a photo together. The first one is Pauline St. John Mary. Second one is Lam Angela May Kay, and also Li Zi Wu. Yes, please come to the stage.
Then we should go to the 4th one, right?
Okay.
Right, just to confirm, Pauline is here. Okay, Angela is here. No, Angela. Angela. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, please take a photo together.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Please be seated. Up to this moment, the competition is successfully completed. It wouldn't be so successful without the efforts of our honorable judging panel. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Hanno Zheng, Vice President of CILTHK Hong Kong, to present the Appreciate Certificate to the judges of the Student Day first. Mr. Zheng, please.
We are going to present the Appreciation Certificate to Judge of the Student Day 2024. May we invite Ms. Ceci Chan come to the stage to receive the certificate and take a photo.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. We would like to invite Ms. Teresa Lee to come to the stage to receive the certificate and take a photo.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. Please be seated. We would like to invite Mr. Mark Slade to come to the stage to receive the certificate.
Thank you, Mr. Marslade. We would like to invite Mr. Tim Wong come to the stage to receive the certificate and take a photo.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Please be seated. Mr. Zheng, please remain on stage. Oh, sorry. We're going to present the appreciation certificates to judges of the 22nd essay competition. May we invite Dr. Fioni to come to the stage to receive the certificates and take a photo. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Please be seated. Now, could we invite all the judges to come to the stage to take a group photo together?
All judges, please come to the stage and bring along with your certificates to come to the stage to take a group photo. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, may we invite Dr. Peter Wong to announce which institution will co-organize the CILTHK Student Day 2025 Award Presentation Ceremony of the 23rd CILTHK Student Essay Competition next year. Dr. Wong, please.
Okay, the winners are the next venue will be with some remote area, whereas the UST, Hong Kong University of Science and Technologies, the champion, please. Representative? Oh.
Now, could we invite Dr. David Liu, Lee Seow Kei School of Business and Administration, the Hong Kong Metropolitan University, to come to the stage to join Dr. Wong passing the flag to the next institute.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Dr. Wong, please remain on stage.
We would like to invite Dr. Peter Wong to deliver a closing address. Dr. Wong, please.
By the time now, probably you all hope me to say thank you, good night, everybody. No, I still have something to say, okay? So, distinguished guests, honorable judges, fellow member, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for your support towards this momentous academic event of CILT Hong Kong. I'm truly delighted to be in the presence of these exceptional awardees who have earned their accolades. Your outstanding presentations have been a pleasure to witness and give me a great hope for the futures of our industries. I also would like to compliment teachers for encouraging their students to participate in the essay competition. We appreciate the students' great effort. These submissions attain high academic standards and impressive writing skills. See, I'm skipping, okay? Taking this opportunity on behalf of CILT Hong Kong, I would like to thank the Maritime and Aviation Training Fund Scheme for the Transport and Logistics Bureau for their sponsorship, Hong Kong Metropolitan University for providing the venue, and our honorable judges for their invaluable time. I sincerely thank the staff of the CILT office, although we have some hiccup, right? But it's okay. We are all very enjoy this events, probably. And I also must thank you for the essay competition subcommittee and the Student Day subcommittee for their hard working and well arrangements. Finally, I would like to thank you all for your presence, and I look forward to meeting you again next year. Thank you. Good.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. 話咁快又嚟到學藝比賽嘅尾聲，請留意以下嘅安排。由於本場地需要於7點正準時交還，所以喺6點45分之後，請所有嘉賓同學離開場地，讓工作人員還原場地。另外，今日嘅活動花絮將會喺4月頭刊登喺明報，所以喺 Student Day 同埋Essay Competition 嘅冠軍得獎者，請帶同獎杯同埋證書留低接受記者嘅訪問。如果需要獎座包裝盒，同學可以去到 reception 度問我哋嘅職員拎。
Once again, a big congratulations to all the winners, and thank you everyone for coming. See you next year. Thank you. Bye bye.